Our esteemed county clerk tried and tried to get us a pastor, and 5 or 6, and without effect. So I think this morning I could inflict my we are beyond redemption, someone says. I could inflict my own praying style on you again, but I think instead of that we'll have a silent invocation, and we can each approach our perception of the divine source of wisdom in our own way. And after a minute of silence, then we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance for our meeting. Shall we stand? This is the January meeting of the St. Croix County Board of Supervisors. The next item is to do our roll call and see who's present and who's not. We'll ask the county clerk, Cindy Campbell, to do the roll call.
Lois Burry. Here. Brian Hurchin. Here. Julie Spear. Here. Joel Hurchin. Here. Bill Peavy. Here. Gerald Peterson. Here. Charlie Grant. Here. Tom Dowd will be late. Chuck Mills. Here. Dick King. Wallace Habhager. Here. John Mortensen. Here. Esther Wentz. Here. Gene Ritz. Here. Gordon Awesome. Here. Tom Kaplish. Here. Chuck Strumke. Here. Richard Marsloff. Here. Sharon Norton Bowman. Here. Ron Troyer. Here. Roger Rebholz. Here. Bill Cranmer. Daryl Standifer. Here. John Borup. Here. Clarence Malick. Here. Don Jordan. Ron Raymond, Cindy Leonard, Linda Lucky, Stan Kruger is absent, and Denise Gunderson. Here.
This time, 27 present and 4 absent. Let's hear the administrative coordinator's report next. I give you Chuck Whiting, Administrative Coordinator, St. Croix County.
Thank you. Some of you pray more silently than others. I could hear Supervisor Mills praying for his Packers on Sunday. So we have a fairly short report with the holidays and everything. We're just kind of getting back into gear here. The Finance Committee did meet a week and a half ago, and one of the items that has come up on the board floor in the past, it was one of Supervisor Mills's comments about surplus materials that the county has. We did amend the procurement and disposal guideline policy that we've put together to include the ability to donate items to charities. We didn't have that in the chain of being able to get rid of stuff, frankly. But now that is open, and if charities are watching on cable, they can certainly contact my office, and we'll get them in touch with the list of equipment that we have. We've gone through the initial process for taking bids on items, and a lot of things did not get any kind of claim. So this is kind of one last step before just getting rid of things. If you know of a church or a group that is in need of something, or as Supervisor Mel's mentioned, the beds from the nursing home, again, contact us. Some of this stuff is still pretty good. It's just not usable for the county's business. We'll talk a little bit later about room 1259. There might be some questions about why that's coming to the county board. Speaking for the finance committee, with a number of departments and parent committees that have oversight of those committees, it seemed appropriate to raise the issue to the county board, so you'll be able to address that in a few moments. Administration is still arranging the county board goal setting session from Monday, April 21st. I think I've mentioned that before. And they have a facilitator in mind. And again, she may be contacting us or you in some way, shape, or form prior to that meeting for those of you who are returning to the county board. Pete Kling from Extension is also helping out with this. So between the two of them, you may be getting contacted probably after the 1st of April, after the elections. We have started our work with Springstead again, going through job descriptions, a little different tack this time. Springstead is coming into the business centers for the county and is meeting with employees directly. They have a survey form that they put together that actually has the employees review what they spend their time doing. This will be kind of a basic step for checking the job descriptions and making sure that they're accurate. So that has been taking place. We're still in the process of negotiating with the 4 AFSCME groups. I've sat in on a couple ADRC organization meetings here the last month and a half. Performance evaluations have been taking place by some committees. If you haven't and you are in need of any assistance, please let me know. We've gotten a few of those in. And at the end of the month, and when you come into the administration suite, you'll see a new staff person. Sandy Hansen has posted into the administrative assistant position, essentially act as a receptionist and staff backup for human resources and finance. She'll be seated right at the door. She's posting over from Register of Deeds, so we're excited to have her come on. Any questions?
What's your timetable on the Springstead thing?
Go about as fast as it can go. They've been out, I know, to Highway and up in Richmond and here in Hudson, and it's just a matter of just how fast these things can be done. One of the things that'll have to come back to the board is a revision of the policy that was adopted 2 years ago that laid out the whole position administration work group process, since we're not going to have that again, and get that all in line and accurate. Hopefully at the March meeting we'll have something here for the board.
Reviewing the agenda, I'm optimistic that we'll be through by noon. I think we can expect to proceed through. Does that meet your approval, Mr. Peters?
Sounds good.
Yes. We've got a presentation in just a moment from the American Legion, and then the annual report by the Department on Aging. Otherwise, I anticipate that we can follow the order that's printed, unless something comes up to change that. Are you ready for the consent agenda? Everybody seen those 4 items? We have a motion and a second. That was by Kafwish and Strumpke to adopt the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Consent agenda is adopted. During the last month, we did reappoint Mary Ellen Brew to the Indian Head Federated Library System. She had a perfect record of attendance during her last term on the Indian Head Federated Library System, but then part of that credit goes to Supervisor Mortensen, who is her unofficial driver to the meetings of the FLIS, which happen in Eau Claire. And that way he gets the mileage and she doesn't, and the taxpayers come out ahead. So it's a good thing all around. Mary Ellen Brew. At this point, if the sheriff and the representative of the American Legion are ready, you could do your. Are you waiting for other people, Charlie, or is it just the 2 of you?
The commander was supposed to be here.
Well, we can wait just a few minutes if you prefer, and if the sheriff doesn't mind. Is the Department on Aging here? Well, we're a little bit foiled and we're running ahead of ourselves here. How about the county clerk's report? Do you want to, Cindy, are you flexible on that?
My annual?
Your annual report? Yeah, you gave us a tan or buff colored paper report here, I noticed. Are you able to answer questions on that? Did you want to actually present anything to talk about it?
It started, I'm thinking that John is going to.
Yeah, you probably will. But go ahead.
Good morning. You should have received my annual report in the mail. And I will just briefly go through that, and I'll start with elections, which is a main duty of my department. Before I review the 2007 elections, on January 10th, I received a press release that the Government Accountability Board begins work on January 10th. That is a merger of the State Elections Board and the State Ethics Board into a single agency, and oversees the enforcement of state laws pertaining to campaign finance, elections, ethics, and lobbying. Kevin Kennedy, who was the director of the State Elections Board, is now legal counsel for GAB, the Governmental Accountability Board. 2007 election summary. We continue to do voter registration for 18 Relier municipalities. We maintain their data for them. We prepare poll lists for those municipalities, and we also charge those municipalities for doing that work. Another press release recently that we received is that the State Elections Board reached an agreement with Accenture, which is the company that runs the statewide voter registration system. And they announced on December 26th that there's been an agreement with Accenture to end its involvement with the Wisconsin's statewide voter registration system, leaving the system under the state's control with the ability to make it federally compliant. Excuse me. Under the agreement, which was negotiated with Accenture and the Department of Justice attorneys, Accenture will complete a list of repairs to ensure that SVRS complies with federal law, provide the software source code and documentation to the state, waive the $1.95 million to retain payment in retainage payments held by the Elections Board, and pay the Elections Board $4 million to resolve any potential litigation. I think when we started the statewide voter registration system, I indicated the many problems that we had with the system. I can say that there's been improvements, which is a good thing, but it's still not a perfect system. But we work with it, so it works well for what we use it for. in 2007, February 20th, spring primary, we had a very small turnout. We had a countywide, actually statewide, it was Supreme Court Justice. We also had local races on the ballot for the Village of Woodville trustee and the Clear Lake School District, which is in the town, voters in the town of Silen and Forest, 1,191 voters countywide. April 3rd, the spring election, we had the judicial races again, municipal, school board, school referenda, included Amory, New Richmond, and St. Croix Central. A larger turnout for that, 10,698 voters and 18% countywide. In addition to, there's typically no fall elections in odd-numbered years, so there were no fall elections. But the School District of Menominee and the Glenwood City had a mayor recall election also in 2007. The county charges municipalities for the spring elections for coding and printing and publication, and I've indicated that in the report. And we've also had training sessions in 2007, which I've noted in the report. Voting equipment. The county has two different voting systems in place. First of all, the HAVA compliant, which is our touchscreen system, which is required to be held to be in every polling place, and that began in 2006, I believe. And you'll see that equipment is found in every polling places throughout the county. In addition, we use an optical scan system, the AccuVote. Out of the 35 municipalities in St. Croix County, 28 of those municipalities use the AccuVote. We recently had two purchase used equipment, and they'll begin using it this year, Town of Katy and Town of Silen. There are 5 municipalities that still use paper ballots, in addition to the Edge equipment that we use. And the City of River Falls has its own equipment, and the Village of Spring Valley also has its own equipment, with the majority of that being in Pierce County. I guess I've listed election administration duties that my office does, county board functions, financial and other statutory duties. A couple things to highlight with regard to marriage licenses. We issued 461 marriage licenses in 2007. 75 of those are waivers, and what a waiver is when state statutes require there's a 5-day waiting period. If they're getting married tomorrow, they have to waive that 5-day waiting period, pay an additional $10. The county clerks right now, the state statutes require that anyone under the age of 30 provide a certified copy of their birth certificate when they come in to apply for a marriage license. The County Clerks Association is proposing that change, that all applicants provide a certified copy of the birth certificate when they come in to apply. The state wants us to be sure to get a birth certificate, we take parent information off of it for the marriage license application. The state also wants us to be sure to check the gender on the birth certificates. That does change. So we continue to do vehicle registrations and temporary plates. 5,907 applications in 2007. Passports continue to increase. 2007, we issued 3,606 or processed 3,606 applications for passport. Work permits, we issue those. 276 work permits were issued. DNR.
I'll interrupt you right there and
Sure.
ask you if you have an idea why the number of work permits is declining?
We're not the only issuance agent. The schools issue them as well. So I don't know if they're going to the schools or if they're coming here. I don't know. DNR validations. So when the snow flies, we get a lot of snowmobile registrations in. So the first sign of snow, they're coming in. We validate those registrations. So instead of waiting for a sticker, we validate them. They keep the validated copy, and then they can begin using the snowmobile or ATV. And dog licenses. My office is responsible to distribute dog license tags throughout the county, and the treasurers, the municipal treasurers, come in and settle. When they come in and settle with the treasurer, they come in with their dog listings as well, settle with the county that way. Would you like to, I have some county board filing information if you're interested in that for the 2008 spring election. Just a status on the filings. Filing deadline has completed. We had a few incumbents who did not file a notification of non-candidacy that extended the time frame to file to Monday, January 7th. As of this time, and this will not change, we have 3 districts that are open, and there'll be a write-in. There'll be no candidate on the ballot for those districts. There'll be 3 write-ins.
What districts are those?
Pardon me?
What are those 3 districts?
We have District 2, District 8, and District 9. We have 4 districts with races and 1 with a primary. District 30 has a primary. And we have 10 incumbents not seeking re-election. Just to bring you an update on that.
So that's a minimum of 10 seats that will be new and a maximum of 14 out of the 31 of us.
Yeah, an incumbent could get back in if they're written in, too. I think that's all I have, unless you have some questions.
Actually, a couple. The state requires a birth certificate for those individuals that were not born in the United States. What is the state requiring for them?
Birth certificate on marriage licenses, you're asking?
Was it just the marriage license, or was that to
Yes.
register the vote?
No, just marriage licenses.
Okay. And then you stated there that the statewide election program is running better, but there are still problems. Could you just give us your opinion on what the 2 major problems are?
It's not a user-friendly program. It just isn't. We get used to it because we've used it. Initially, speed was a problem. It took forever to process a single application. So that has improved. 2, reports. Reporting is difficult to get through. If they're asking for, there's a lot of reporting options, but you just don't request a report. You have to go in, you have to filter, you have to sort, and to get to be more specific. So,
Thank you.
any other questions?
Thank you.
Sheriff and Charlie, even though John isn't here, he's probably not planning to come. So if you want to make your presentation, we could do that. You got it. Oh, and you have a designated photographer with you, I see. Very good, very good. Do you want the microphone over there, or you want a microphone up here?
Cordless isn't working.
Oh, the cordless isn't working? Then please use the lectern. The same one that Ole uses for the Norwegian version of The Night Before Christmas.
Well, this is an annual affair for St. Croix County Council of the American Legion. We have for many years donated $1,000 to the sheriff for his drug program, which is a very good one. He goes to all the schools, and I'll let him explain that. He can do it a lot better than I can. But I'd like to present this check to Dennis.
Thank you, Charlie. I really appreciate the Legion's sponsorship of a lot of the youth programs that take place within the county. A number of those programs that we sponsor and work with youth, along with our Counteract program that we present in some of the schools in the county. We also use our K-9 now to go into the schools. We also use it for demonstrations as well as for the drug sniffs within the schools. And so this money is well spent. It is money that we don't have to levy for or ask for from the county board. And for that, we are very appreciative of the American Legion and Charlie's longtime support of all the youth programs within the county. So, thank you.
know the date of the golf event next summer yet? The third Wednesday in June, yes. Let's hear the treasurer's report next. Our county treasurer, Cheryl Slind, is approaching the lectern, and her written report is on green paper. Cheryl, welcome to the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know where time goes, but the last 5 have flown. You've all got my report ahead of time. A couple of things that I'd like to highlight this year that we're pretty happy with the progress. This year we started to image. When I first came to the county treasurer's office, I noted that our office had a lot of tax rolls dated back to 1983. Doesn't sound like a long time, but it's pushing 25 years now. And we have a repeated use for people coming in needing history, needing updating of names, deaths, whatever didn't happen when people had passed on. So throwing them or passing them on to the Historical Society just didn't always seem like a real good thing for me. And over the last couple years, I've been investigating and imaging those rolls, having so that data is always going to be here. And we started that project in 2007. Got online with the vendor in January and February timeframe and started the project about April. And so far have imaged through the 1990s, through the year of 1990, excuse me. We had about 5 good months of work throughout the year. We tend to slow down a little bit quieter times when it's not tax collection, so we really use that time to get this project going. So I'm real pleased with that. My staff has done an excellent job in getting that going, and in the near future, it's going to be available in the intranet in-house, and eventually will go to the public for their use also. So we're kind of excited about that. I've had a few people tell me they were really pleased with that. We just didn't dump all that information. The Historical Society will be taking every 5th year from us, and they'll take it to the archives at the University of River Falls, so that will still be available. But we will have that information from '83 going forward. For the second year in a row, our office handled doing the tax bill cycle. From getting the supplies ordered, working with the local municipalities, getting the mill rates, and actually completing all the tax bills in our office this year. That was a change from the Real Properties Office that went into effect last year. That went really well this year. I was pleased that we had all tax bills out the door by December 10th, and I felt like it just really went well. We continue to add new municipalities using the municipal tax software. I added 2 more this year, so now I'm down to 7 municipalities still collecting manually. And that means, they're doing everything by hand. So they do an excellent job in what they do. I would never push them to get it changed. They're happy with the way they do it, and that's fine with me as long as it continues to work with them. We still collect 12 of the 35 municipalities first half collections. This is about 60% of the taxes in St. Croix County in those 12 municipalities. So we're busy, and that's okay. It makes January and February go by really quick. So and no new additions to that. And I pretty much have said to municipalities when they've asked, when that system was first implemented, the software was not available, and I would have to bring on more staff to add more municipalities. So the alternate to the using us as a collection agency is to use the software that we have available now, and that goes really well. We had an increase of our amount of people paying online. I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate. I looked at the breakdown, and it's about 60% credit card usage versus the ACH. Which means they're using another source to pay their debt. I guess that's up to them. So I don't know. I think we all know the economy has an adverse effect on everything that goes on with real estate. So I'm hoping that's not an effect down the road that we're going to see not be good, but we continue to have a huge response in using the online tax payment system. Ag use penalty. The last couple of years have been a little bit of a nice little penalty or a nice little revenue avenue for us. Unfortunately, with the amount of development slowing down, the economy is slowing down. You'll note that our ag use revenue was substantially down this year. I guess I wasn't surprised with what's going on out there, but it's a huge jump from the past few years of what we've actually collected. The numbers that we have, I can go over them, but I don't want to bore you. The one thing I guess I want to note, obviously delinquent taxes is almost up $1 million over last year at year end. And I did see the actual sale book. On September 1st, our office does the sale book, which is the current year's taxes become tax certificates. So in 3 years, they're applicable for tax deed process. And I did note also in September 1st, we were up about $1 million over last year. We continue to do pretty well in collecting most of that. We did have 5 properties go up for tax deed, 2 of which went back to former owners, and the other 3 sold this year. So that was the most we'd ever had or have had since my undertaking the treasurer's position. Dog track, they paid last Friday, 2004. I joked with the guy when he called me at the beginning of this January and asked me the amount, and the one I talked to kind of said, well, I don't know why we don't pay these off. And I said, I don't know why you don't either. And I said, I'd love nothing more than to go to my county board report on the 15th and tell them they're all paid up, but sorry, it didn't happen. So, but they did pay the 04, just like they always do. And Bob Mudge did tell me that there's some things happening in Florida with whatever gaming, and they may need to free up some stuff. So we may see that come in maybe in a year. Maybe I can tell you everything's caught up. That would be great. Total taxes for this year is $136,134,139.85 throughout all the taxing jurisdictions. That is up about $10 million over last year. Otherwise, I want to thank my staff. We're a good team. We really do. My first deputy, June Sather, my account clerk, Denise Boron, and the people I bring in during tax time, Pat and Barb and Louise and Marilyn. We work well together. We enjoy the time together, and it's just a good team. So I really appreciate their work because their success in our office is based on our teamwork. So, are there any questions? Chuck.
Jerry or Chuck?
Go ahead. He was second, behind you.
Cheryl,
Yes.
if you were presented with a list of, say, 100 names, a block of names of people that owe fine and violation monies from 2004 to 6, and our court records don't indicate if they're property owners, can you research the fact if they're property owners or not?
Yes, we could research that.
And not too time consuming, or?
About how many did you say? I'm sorry.
Let's say a block of 100.
It might take us a day or two, but not too bad. Yep.
Roger on that. And then that would indicate, too, whether they owe back taxes to the
Correct.
county in
Yep.
other shape.
But I know you had posed a question not too long ago about putting that on the tax bill. That's not a doable thing.
No, understood in that.
Okay.
Understood in that.
Okay. Somebody. John.
On the real estate tax information, the next to the bottom item, special districts. What might be included or that part of it?
The town of Star Prairie has the Bass Lake and Cedar Lake districts, and the town of Somerset this year also had, I don't remember which one, probably a Cedar Lake district. It's just a special district within there, and sometimes they have tax money they assess to their district people, and some years they don't. This year they happen to. Yep. Buzz.
I just have a question for my own knowledge. I don't understand what, if any, working relationship exists between the treasurer's office and the Department of Finance. I know that you're primarily responsible for revenue. I think that's correct. How do you cooperate with the Finance Department?
The question, The question was, how does my department work with the finance department? It's kind of a directly indirect relationship. We obviously receive all the money on a daily basis. We report to them what we've received on a daily basis. They obviously are checking to make sure that's all accurate with the bank accounts. They do the disbursements. I every month do the bank reconciliation in our office, so I'm accounting for the ins and the outs of the county for the month. Other than that, right off the top of my head, that's our main connection, is our reseeding and the monthly review of everything. Michelle comes down, we work together at audit time, obviously. The auditor works with my office as well as hers to make sure that everything's in line, and we report on that. But that's probably the main function together. Okay, Gordon?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bill, actually.
Oh, Bill, I'm sorry. Have you guys mixed up?
I was wondering, on your second page of the report, toward the top, it says something about credit card or ACH debit. What's an ACH debit?
ACH is an automatic clearinghouse. It's through your checking department. It's like writing a check online. You would just write a check and you put your bank information and it would be automatically deducted from your checking account.
Right, okay. I just had a banker telling me about that.
Okay.
And thank you very much. And
problem.
also wanted to ask, under the dog track information, there in the middle, one of the middle columns, it says specials. And there's some pretty good sized amounts listed under specials.
Yep.
They're almost, in 2006, it's almost as big as the interest column. And I was wondering what specials are and why they're increasing.
The special assessments are put on by the city. That was having to do with, I would bet, water and sewer at the time of the improvements. They put them on over a period of time. I do believe those are wearing out. I didn't look at 07 to see what was on. But those are special assessments actually put on by the city of Hudson for some kind of improvement to the property that they put on.
I see. Okay.
Yep. Jerry.
Cheryl, with the increase in the delinquent tax, as I understand it, you're responsible for paying the school districts in full?
Correct.
Now, do we have a sum someplace set aside that we can just take that out of there and send it over to Hudson? Because that's going to be a cash flow problem for you, not making
It could be.
full to the school districts.
Yep, but unfortunately by state statute, it is that we settle in full to the state, or to all municipalities. The county retains the liability on the delinquent tax. The only thing we don't settle in full for is the special assessments. We do pay those on a monthly basis as they're paid to the municipalities. But we do settle in full every August 20th to everybody else. So could it become a cash flow? I suppose, yes, down the road, if it continues to grow. I think if that continues to happen, you're going to probably see some legislative changes down the road, and that's what would have to happen to make that August 20th settlement change.
Thank you.
You bet. Anyone else?
Is there information available on assessed value in 2008, payable in 2009, and what the trend is?
The assessed value is actually real property just rolled over. We're real pleased to say that because it's one of the earliest times in a long time. They just rolled over to 2008. The values would be on there, but no, the state gets involved with that with the assessors, and that really information isn't available till August. Good information. Okay, anyone else?
Cheryl, would you just confirm that the amounts of delinquent tax on the dog track property do include interest at 1.5% per month or 18% a year?
That is correct.
So the county is the beneficiary of that.
Right.
Referring back to the first page of your report where you collect the first half installments for some 12 municipalities, if my memory serves me right, you've been charging them 75 cents a parcel since you began to do that, and the intention was that we would break even, that we would charge what we believe it costs the county to provide that service. Do you still have the opinion that we are breaking even at 75 cents?
When I was first elected, we were actually at 55 cents, and I raised it after the first year. And we just talked about that, my staff and I, not too long ago, that I will be looking at that this year. We'll have to see how we're doing. It's got to be really close, but I anticipate there may be an increase next year.
Okay.
I only anticipate.
Just for the sake of our viewers who wouldn't have this written report, the earlier comment about delinquent real estate taxes rising by nearly $1 million is significant in that the whole amount is at $2.9 million.
Right.
So that's viewed as a percentage, it's a very large sum, which makes Supervisor Peterson's question important.
Yes.
Anything else? Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And I see it's past 9:30, but Trustee Olson Duncan is here to give the annual report of the Department on Aging. So I give you Mrs. Duncan.
The German Coast Guard is on patrol and they hear this SOS and the voice says, "We are sinking, we are sinking." And the respondent at the other end says, "Tell me please, what is it you are sinking?"
Happy New Year, everybody. Cheryl said it didn't seem like that long ago that I was standing here before for the annual report. And hopefully you did all receive in your packets the list of accomplishments and goals that we have for this past year as well as looking ahead. And I kind of alluded to the fact that there are reminders all over the place that ours is an aging society. In fact, it being a political year, you hear that constantly at the debates and in the news. In fact, the CBS debates right after the Iowa primary, Charlie Gibson referred to the fact that in 2008, every hour 400 baby boomers turned 60. So I was thinking if you guys have one of your marathon county board meetings, that'd be about, 2,400 more baby boomers aging over your typical 6-hour meetings. I hopefully will be able to show you some of the demographics that are taking place both within the state of Wisconsin as well as locally. And hopefully each of you get the scan too. I did include an article, here's a guy to help here, about some of the initiatives that are taking place at the national level as well as locally. And the Department of Aging has been involved with that. While we're waiting, I guess what I'll do is I'll highlight some of the accomplishments that were in our handout. And that'll guarantee that Tom will get it to work.
We will give it a shot. I'm not promising anything. You just click on the next slide and it locks right up.
Yeah. I think you're all familiar with our office here in the Government Center. In terms of walk-ins and in terms of phone calls that we received, we had about 702 units of service. That's just individuals that we helped through that way. We received a lot of visibility, obviously, through our benefits specialist program. Some of you, too, maybe darkened our door with assistance with the Medicare Part D plan. We just got the figures in for the assistance that she provided in October, November, and December. She saved $92,187 for individuals who came in. And I think what's important to note is that those are people's private resources, but that I think is part of our hope and our goal as we continue to work with this aging population is how to help people make good personal choices, cost-effective choices, health choices, so that they're prepared for their later years. Yeah.
I'm not challenging your figure, I'm just curious how you quantified that. What we're able to do is, for those folks who came in and we reviewed their Medicare Part D plan compared to the plan that they had for 2007, we're looking at when they chose a different plan based on the recommendation that we made, that cost savings was the annual savings they saved from changing from a different plan for 2008. Some of that results because, just the way the plans have changed from year to year since Medicare Part D was implemented. So it's about, on average, about $700 per year per individual saved for changing their Medicare Part D plan to a different plan. Some people choose, my grandma-in-law lives in Missouri, but she chose to just stay with the plan that she had because it was easier for her to just be with something familiar. But for many people, it's a matter of just reassessing their own circumstances. And that's often the role of the benefit specialist, is helping people look at their own individual circumstances, and not only public but private insurances, Medicare, to determine what works best for them as a beneficiary. We've also been quite involved with our caregiver support program. This year we had a caregiver conference that we did in collaboration with providers of services for younger persons with disabilities, recognizing that caregivers, regardless of their circumstances throughout the lifespan, face the same kind of challenges in terms of just the pressure that puts on them as family members, their need for support, their need to find humor in the everyday, and we really I think saw that as a wonderful opportunity to provide outreach for folks. Employers, when you look at the changing demographics, we have a number of people who face the challenges of working full-time as well as caring for their elderly parents, perhaps taking care of their children and their grandchildren. That sandwich generation will continue to increase, and the support that we can provide to them, I think, is important. Obviously, people are familiar with our nutrition program. We did see a continuing decline with our congregate meals, but we saw an increase with our home-delivered meals. And that's a trend that's currently present throughout the state and in other states as well. Part of the thought being we're kind of in a lull before these baby boomers come on board. Many of the people that receive services through our congregate meals maybe 5-10 years ago are now homebound. And again, that says a lot, too, in terms of not just the nutritious meal, but someone checking on the homebound every day. In fact, we did have one of our drivers this year who was delivering a meal recognize that the woman who was homebound was a little bit more disoriented and somewhat confused. He went outside and made the phone call, and what ended up happening is she had carbon monoxide leak in her house. So the fact that he was paying attention, the fire department was able to come and evacuate her. Those are just kind of the small incidental stories, but again, how our staff and our volunteers are really making a difference in people's lives. So again, the meals we provide, the rides, the respite, and I think our local partnerships with municipalities, with faith organizations, with families, I think is a real strength of our department. I highlighted again this, I can, without the, that's all right. What I was going to show basically is a map of the state of Wisconsin. It's from the Department of Health and Family Services, recognizing, again, the demographics that are changing in the state as it ages. St. Croix County, between the years 2015 and 2030, will see a 74% increase in the folks who are age 65 years and older, and a 93.2% increase for persons 75 and older. And again, I think that results in some challenges, but even more some opportunities. And as the Department of Aging has partnered with Health and Human Services Long-Term Support to implement long-term care reforms and the Aging Disability Resource Center, again, I view that really as opportunities that we have. I can't say enough to publicly thank my staff, who are out in the local communities working hard, as well as the volunteers, many of whom are 60 years and older. That's what I'm hoping as those baby boomers start to age too, that they'll continue to be involved as volunteers and to utilize their experience and expertise. And really that is part of the privilege of working with this population. I mean that most sincerely, that really fortunate to have that kind of example, I think, through the older adult population. So, sorry you just had to look at me instead of the slides. Yeah. Anyway, not looking for the compliment, but yeah, Phil.
About the population of the older, about the population extrapolation for older adults in the county, is this a statewide assumption, or are we has somebody bored down to St. Croix County and made a special planning assumption that one way or another about these numbers?
Yeah, and actually that's what I would have been able to show you, was demographics from the Department of Health and Family Services. And the map goes from green to blue. I don't know if that means people green behind the ears to, I don't know what blue implies, but the aging population. And by county, St. Croix County will actually, by 2030, have about 21% of its population 60 years and older. Now, compared to some of the northern counties, they're going to have a much larger percentage of older adults in the population. So St. Croix County will still have a strong, young, working base, which obviously puts us in an advantage in terms of still having that economic impact. But you can also see I had a demographic that shows, although the sheer numbers will be larger because the towns of Hudson and River Falls are larger, the percentage of increase of older adults is also occurring in the eastern half of St. Croix County. So again, it's smaller population, but percentage-wise, there's still an acknowledgement in the New Richmond area, Baldwin area, out towards Glenwood City. Yeah.
I asked because last summer I had a conversation with someone in the planning department, and the person I spoke with suggested that it was kind of uncertain as to whether or not people would be coming to this area, especially in western St. Croix County, because they wanted older adults, I'm talking about now, would come to this area in western St. Croix County because of the attractions, cultural attractions and the medical facilities in the Twin Cities, or whether or not they may choose to go elsewhere, like down south or to a cabin up north or some similar place. And I think I would treat those extrapolations from the departments in Madison with rather gingerly myself.
Two things. I think in terms of whether or not this is an attractive place to retire, there are going to be those snowbirds who always are heading south. I mean, not that today isn't a beautiful sunny day, but it is a little chilly. And for those who have those means, who have that ability, they will travel. The idea, though, that for many older adults, they do age in place for the most part around where they grew up, around where their family is, or return to that. I think this is an attractive county because of some of the things you mentioned in terms of medical care, in terms of proximity to the Twin Cities. You know, in terms of some of those other things, it's just the sheer numbers. I mean, 78 million folks, that it's just that pocket of our population, of the boomer population, they are getting older. So there will be more older adults, and again, our people are living longer and hopefully healthier too. And again, I think that's the role not only of the Department of Aging, of the Aging Disability Resource Center, of our local communities. We really need to be thinking. I'm glad to hear planning and zoning's thinking about it. I would say each of our departments need to be thinking about those kinds of changes that are taking place. Again, this is anecdotal, but my husband works for the Federal Reserve, and the new $5 bill that will be released in March has bigger print for people with vision impairment, recognizing that there will just be that many more older people with vision impairments who need to use, hopefully, money to spend in St. Croix County. Yeah. Yeah.
You mentioned that the person was able to detect CO poisoning symptoms on that part.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been any recognition or any follow-up on that? The reason I ask is that a few years ago we were dispatched to a home, and upon the recommendation of the Meals on Wheels provider, it was found that this gentleman was bleeding from the mouth, and he said, maybe it's none of my business, but, And boy, if he hadn't called it in, and we weren't dispatched, it was a bleeding ulcer type of thing. It had been going on for hours.
Yeah.
He'd been gone. And that's why I'm wondering that these folks that come upon these things, maybe see some recognition for that party that detected this.
Yep, our staff and our volunteers are trained to really be the eyes and ears for these folks who are both not only homebound, but for who are in the congregate meals, people who are receiving transportation or day away, and sometimes that's a way. Again, we have those local relationships. People kind of trust and have those solid relationships with people in their own community. When they trust, again, St. Croix County being able to provide services back or paying attention, we take that role very seriously. Yeah.
I've delivered meals, my wife and I, in the Richmond area for going on 18 years, usually every Wednesday, sometimes a different day, depending on the need. I got to know the city, but I picked a lady up from the bottom of the steps that had fallen into the basement steps there. Another person that had fallen. I made a couple telephone calls. When we're unable to deliver the meal, we take the meal back to the kitchen, and they get a hold of a family member and respond that way, and it's a very important process that way.
I was wondering if it's premature to let us know what's happening with the ADRC application and say anything you like about it.
I can say a little bit about it. The ad hoc committee, ADRC ad hoc committee, continues to work. We've extended the invitation to the larger planning group to help us in that process. We actually are going to be, We've had a proposal that we put together, received feedback from the Council of Aging, and are going to be presenting to the Council of Aging this Thursday at their 8:30 meeting, looking at their concerns as well as our hope to get the application in, our plan to get the application in by February. So there'll be more information shared at that time to get feedback from them, and then following up with Health and Human Services Committee at the end of the month. So February is our goal. Our hope then would be to hear back from the state by June and would have the ADRC implemented by the end of the year, 2008.
And will you be coming to the board with the plan at that point in February?
It's my understanding the resolution was already submitted to the last resolution allowed the county board, or had the county board give us permission to submit the application. The application obviously will be open for people to review before we submit it to the state. At the time the state gives us the go-ahead, then we would have follow-up go-ahead from the county board. So, yeah.
Good morning. I don't know how much information you actually have, but the state puts out reports, but as the federal government is moving more and more towards in-home care, and as people get older, they tend to, I believe, want to stay at home as long as, at least that's in my family's history. With that increase of people going over 65, do you have any information or some feeling as to how many of those people are going to want to be staying at home longer? I mean, a big increase in numbers, I mean, I can see people jumping on that one right away for nursing homes and issues. But my belief is that these people turning 65 aren't saying, I need a nursing home now. And I don't think they're going to want to. Do we have any information on that?
Well, I think that both at the national and the state and local initiatives, that's part of long-term care reform, is obviously providing community-based care for people. That would mean in-home care. But I think part of the strategy and thinking is also allowing for that continuum of care. So that does include nursing home care, but it also broadens it to ensure assisted living, in-home care. And again, I don't think enough can be said about families, too, that work exceptionally hard to help their parents or their spouses or themselves stay in the community at home.
Well, I would say that the elderly people's first choice should be to family. And not to the taxpayers, but we should assist in those issues. And I'm just concerned that we're moving forward. And is the ADRC and the state's programs really designed to assist people staying at home more than providing nursing home support?
Well, the long-term care reforms themselves are to help expand the community-based services for folks who receive medical assistance. So again, that does include care beyond just nursing home care, which is the only entitlement at this time. So I do think that that is a part of that momentum. But it's important to note that 80% of the folks who would come through the door of the ADRC wouldn't qualify for that care in the first place. They would be privately paying, and that's where I alluded to the fact that steps also need to be taken at the point of the Aging Disability Resource Center to help people make good, cost-effective decisions with their own resources to either delay or offset that need. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Watch it pop up.
Must be fun working under the scrutiny of all these eyes, Mr. Borup.
It is.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We're with you, but we wouldn't try to do it ourselves. All right, that takes care of the scheduled items, so we'll revert to the main old and new business part of our agenda then, the resolution approving additional new positions related to the fourth judge to begin in 2008. That's the new positions. That's this one. Going with it is the budget amendment, which is the next one. Motion, Mr. Standifer. Second by Supervisor Wentz. Anybody want to discuss Mr. Standifer?
There isn't any new information here. Supervisors will recall at the time we adopted the budget, we knew that it was likely that there would be a fourth judge position approved, but since it was still speculative at that point, we took the prudent approach and allocated fund balance against the likelihood that there would be an approval. Post adoption of the budget, we did receive approval of the fourth judge position. So even though these are somewhat companion resolutions and they do go together, I think it's appropriate to take them separately. The first resolution approves what was anticipated and known with respect to the new positions that would be needed, assuming the judge was approved, and it was. So we're looking at an August date with respect to the new positions, and a comment then on the second resolution, which would be a separate motion, that quantifies the budgetary impact. There is no change in the levy. All of that is set, but the fund balances that were reserved contingent upon the approval were set aside. This amends the budget to move those into the categories of budgeted expenses so that those actual expenses can be tracked. Any other discussion is welcome, but we really had this dialogue at the time of the budget presentation.
We are now voting on the resolution approving the additional new positions related to the fourth judge to begin in 2008, different months as indicated for the different positions. All in favor should vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. It is unanimously passed. Next motion, Mr. Standifer. Second from Mr. Cathlish. This is the resolution amending the 2008 budget for costs related to the fourth judge. And as you just heard explained, this is the amount that was set aside in planning previously. It's to be incorporated in the budget, and it's for the remainder of the year. It's for a partial year, of course. Any discussion? All in favor should vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Next on our agenda, we have agenda item number 3, a resolution requesting Congress to require amendments to federal regulations to prevent the loss of federal entitlement benefits to inmates of public institutions. And this comes up from the Public Protection Committee. Ms. Spear moves the adoption of the resolution. Second by Mr. Mells. Mr. Raymond?
Yeah, what's the financial impact if, if they don't continue the funding?
Anybody want to explain basically what this is about? Ms. Spear?
I don't see the sheriff unless he wants to, but, or John maybe. The medical impact is going to be tremendous because that has grown by at least 65 or more percent since the meth problem invaded St. Croix County. So it could have quite an impact. I cannot give you exact figures, but I think that anyone from the committee that would like to add to that or add to it would be appreciated.
As I understand the overall issue, it is that while people are in jail, they are at risk because of federal law of having their Medicaid benefit cut off if they are already qualified for Medicaid and receiving that payment. Well, if they are cut off, then the county must take care as part of caring for prisoners. And so this is asking that the federal law be changed so that people would not be cut off and the burden fall on the county. So any financial impact from this resolution should be positive and to the county's benefit. I'm not aware of anything that would be detrimental. Okay, does that help? Mr. Cranmer.
I was wondering if the National Association of Counties has taken a position on this, or the Wisconsin Counties.
I'm unaware of it, but Mr. Whiting, you have something?
I believe that they are, and I think we've heard this from WCA as well, and I'm not sure where the body of the language came, but I suspect that's where it came from.
You know, I heard about this issue years ago at a Wisconsin Counties Association conference that this was a problem for counties, all counties, not just in Wisconsin for that matter. But the WCA has had a position similar to this, has had an advocacy position, similar to this for a long time. Is that helpful, Mr. Cranmer?
Well, I was wondering if we could send a copy of this to Wisconsin Counties Association and the National Associations of Counties, because it seems to me that absolutely everybody is in the same boat.
I read that on the back of it on page 2. So the committee has already thought of that. Ms. Spear.
The committee did receive at least 5 resolutions from other counties, and then we used that, or Mr. Timmerman used all of those resolutions to form ours. So it is in the process.
Before we vote, all those in favor should vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Number 4 is a resolution supporting change for returning federal funds from certified public expenditures of county nursing homes. Motion comes forward to us from the Health and Human Services Board. Ms. Wentz. Esther Wentz moves adoption. Mr. Cafflish seconds it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this has been here before, and it was referred back to the Health and Human Services Board to amend some of the numbers and make this as up-to-date as possible, right? Many of you may remember it from being here before, but with slightly different numbers. These are the latest available now, my understanding. Any further discussion desired, anybody? All in favor should now vote aye. Aye. And opposed, nay. And it passes unanimously. I would suggest this would be an appropriate time to take a slight recess for bathroom and sugar and coffee. Let me note, as we've done for the last 3 county board meetings, the clerk has put out the little half-sheet forms for anybody to use who is a member of the public and wishes to speak. And I'm just anticipating that, as has happened at the last 3 monthly meetings, somebody might like to speak on one of the nursing home topics that are ahead of us on the agenda. If so, for members in the audience who haven't experienced this process before, the form helps you to see what you ought to do. Under our bylaw, a member of the citizenry who is a resident of St. Croix County is welcome to speak after being recognized by their county supervisor. And so the little piece of paper guides a person through that process. The maps also help for those who don't know which district they live in. So supervisors, be alert for citizens who are here and will be approaching you with that piece of paper. After it is filled out, it should be brought to the clerk, and then we will integrate people with the discussion as appropriate. We are in recess. Let's be back at 20 after on this clock. Johnson is standing at our lectern. We know him as the director of the Department of Health and Human Services. And I see most of our members are in their chairs. Okay, Brett.
In response to Supervisor Strumke's question regarding cost savings to move to one floor, we did address that at Health and Human Services, and the response was to take a look at our 2005 WIFLE operational assessment. And while it may not be a perfect match in terms of the analysis compared to one floor versus 2 and 50 beds and 72 beds, because that's what the operational assessment was around. But we looked at if we implemented all of the efficiencies on the 72-bed facility, we would have had a savings of $491,000. And I think to date we've realized most of that. If we went to a 50-bed facility, we would be looking at, back in 2005, approximately $773,000 in savings. So we simply took the difference between those two, and again, it's not a perfect comparison, but for the sake of a quick analysis, the difference is about $280,000. Now, it wouldn't be necessarily dollar for dollar, and I wouldn't guarantee that without looking at a more detailed review. But on our first floor, I think we can fit a total of 44 residents with a mix of some individual rooms and a mix of shared occupancy. So in future discussions here on the agenda, we may get into a little more detail about what a 50-bed facility might look like in our current structure, and that may answer even in more detail some of the questions that were raised. So that's a ballpark number.
Follow up, Mr. Strumke, or does that make sense?
Well, it gets
in terms of your question.
The basic question answered. I was kind of deferring if we're going to be discussing this further, Mr. Chair.
We'll move along to numbers. Item 6 on the agenda next.
Okay.
Item number 6, options discussed by the ad hoc committee. You'll note that we do have a PowerPoint presentation ready to go today. Larry Lester is here. Larry came up from Eau Claire this morning. He came up last week as well, met with the ad hoc committee, or the subcommittee, nursing home subcommittee, to talk about the question raised at the last county board meeting. A couple of other details, though, with regard to the subcommittee meeting that occurred was last Wednesday, I believe the meeting was. We did a follow-up with Ecumen related to a bullet point that was raised, and I can't remember if it was raised here or if it was raised at a nursing home subcommittee, but the follow-up was related to this specific issue. Ecumen, in a letter to us, indicated that all owned and managed Ecumen communities are expected to operate on a break-even or better basis in compliance with their budget pro forma, maximizing revenues and minimizing expenses without compromising quality. While we spent a fair amount of time talking with Ecumen at the nursing home subcommittee meeting last week Wednesday, probably the better part of an hour, and I would invite subcommittee members to comment further if you feel I miss a detail. But the conversation was very general still. It wasn't specific in terms of a proposal. We talked about management agreements. We've talked about Ecumen targeting housing and services for the elderly, not necessarily just nursing home services. What they would do is they would come in and look at renegotiation of the contract. Again, much of the conversation was general and will require a significant amount of follow-up in order to get to a specific proposal. At the end of the discussion with Ecumen, there was no definitive decision to proceed in terms of further negotiations, but it was a good opportunity to discuss some of their background information. And if we were to proceed, we would need to get very specific and bring back a proposal to the subcommittee. But at this point, there was no discussion that we were going to have Ecumen bring back a proposal. And I would invite subcommittee members maybe to comment on that specific point if I missed a detail that is pertinent for the full board.
Fred, would you elaborate a little on what Ecumen told the committee about their experience, I believe it was in Park Rapids, and how they partnered with the county in structuring a nursing home and assisted living facility?
I'm not sure I recall the specifics about Park Rapids. We talked about many of their facilities. I apologize. I don't remember a specific conversation about their Park Rapids. Do you have specific recollection?
Well, I do. I guess what I recall is they told us that they, in partnership with the county, spun off the nursing home into a standalone corporation, and that was breaking even, and that the county then facilitated the building of assisted living that was profitable, and that their organization then built a HUD apartment community that was standalone and profitable, so that there was a precedent for creating a county nursing home that had been receiving significant tax subsidies as a standalone facility that didn't require any further tax subsidies.
Ecumen did talk about their experience with a variety of counties working with bringing those facilities, similar to what Supervisor Awesome had indicated, back into a break-even proposition.
I would just add, for the benefit of the people that weren't at that nursing home committee meeting, and not being the advocate for Ecumen, but I think they did share with us several intriguing pieces of information. They have approximately 4,000 beds that they have under management. They've also just done a major acquisition with the North Branch, Minnesota counties, and they invited us all up to take a look at that. I think they reinforce something that we've heard in testimony from all of the providers, that given a choice, the elderly today would prefer to stay in their home, then a townhome, then technology, then assisted living, and then acute care or nursing homes. So I just wouldn't want to leave us with the impression that they didn't have meat and potatoes in their presentation. They have a tremendous amount of experience, but I don't think we were quite prepared to go beyond their initial presentation.
I was wondering whether or not Ecumen appeared with the intent of providing a future approach or responding to an RFP in the future, or why were they there?
I had talked with Ecumen a day or so before the meeting last Wednesday, and the specific request was to follow up on the break-even proposition. And when I was discussing with them, it seemed appropriate for them to come and talk about that specifically. And then the conversation did get into much of the services, housing and services for the elderly in a broader sense. 4,000 beds, 80 facilities that they work in, 40 of which they own, those types of conversations. It was left that they would be willing to come back and certainly talk in more specific detail about a proposal for St. Croix County, but that wasn't anything that the committee took specific action on. I could certainly do some follow-up with them. One of the representatives did call me after the meeting. I've yet to be able to communicate directly with her. But there was not necessarily a specific proposal of what they would do for St. Croix County, just what they've done in other counties. The one thing they did say that they have approximately $300 million in capital projects across their other facilities, and they would not necessarily be in a position to look to build a new facility here in New Richmond or in St. Croix County at this time.
Are you under the impression that they might be interested in doing a management partnership? That's, as I understand it, one of the things that they've done at North Branch. I believe it's a lease to purchase arrangement that they have there, but I'm not really sure about that.
They did discuss the North Branch scenario in some detail, and that previously was government-owned. Ecumen bought it for, I think, $1, they said, from the government entity, and I can't remember if it was county or municipal. And that they turned around and sold the property for a significant, it was over $2 million. Took that money, purchased other land, and built a $20 or $25 million facility. It is not government-owned at this time. It's a continuum of care that Ecumen owns in North Branch. But that is the facility. They did invite us to come and view if we wanted to do that. And I don't know if it would be appropriate for us to view a Minnesota facility that Ecumen owns or manages, or if it would be more appropriate for us to look at a Wisconsin facility if we would choose to proceed in some discussions with them. But a management agreement was certainly one of the topics of conversation. I would assume that might be something they'd be interested in working with us on.
I would just add one thing to Supervisor Cranmer's question, perhaps an additional piece of information. They did share with us, as we've seen from other testimony, that the acute care is at best break even or a loss, and they do try and have campuses with assisted living for a feeder system, if you will, to go into that. And obviously they have to be, make their numbers work, that they couldn't have a 1-to-1 debt to equity ratio. And the assisted living part of that was part of the way that they were able to make their benevolence and their numbers work. And they do have a benevolence fund for people who can't afford it.
I just wanted to add that in our discussion with them, they would be willing to work on a consulting basis for development of assisted living or feeder program without being the manager of the home. And so we would have a range of options to consider from them as a consultant if we wanted to pursue that.
So now we have 3 entities that we have talked with who have ideas open for to be pursued. The Presbyterian homes located in New Richmond with an assisted living facility asked to buy 50 of our 72 licenses and stated their intention to build a new nursing home in New Richmond. The Health Dimensions, and Presbyterian Homes is a nonprofit. Health Dimensions is a for-profit. They proposed to run our nursing home, consult, do whatever kinds of things, but with a long-term view that the county would work with them to build a new facility, which Health Dimensions would assume the payments for and eventually take over and own. When they get to a certain point, close to the opening day, they would make arrangements to negotiate a new contract with a union, which would be a private union rather than a government union. And then you've just heard described the Ecumen, which is another nonprofit, as I understand it, as analogous to Presbyterian Homes, if you like. I noticed, as many of you probably did in the newspapers, in the Sunday papers 2 weeks ago, that Presbyterian Homes is pursuing in 2 of the Twin Cities suburbs a different model, if you will. I mean, we're used to thinking about, we've gotten used to the idea of thinking about campuses, but their campus concept now is to have some retail stores, coffee shops, laundry, dry cleaner, the kinds of things that senior persons and the families who visit them would naturally want to use, I suppose, and so they hope to make some money from that business of people who are coming anyway to visit the nursing home to help subsidize the nursing home operation, evidently. I drew the conclusion this is certainly a world of change, and the old way of doing nursing homes is probably not the way of the future. Did I get all of that right, Fred?
Yes. The only add-on that I would submit is that while there were no final proposals from Presbyterian Home or Health Dimensions, there was some sort of negotiation beyond initial discussions, and that's what was presented to the county board last month. With Ecumen, it's been more of the first part of just engaging in a conversation about what they might be able to offer, and the minutes from that meeting last week aren't completed as of yet, but when they are done, I'll make sure that they're forwarded to everybody as quickly as possible.
2 issues. The first one, I'll go back to the 280, and I rounded it up to 300,000 based on, and I rounded it up to 70 people in the nursing home down to 50, and it comes out to 15,000. I question that figure because if you take the average subsidies we've done over the years, except for 2008, it's been approximately 1.3 million. Divide that by the rounded up number of 70, and that comes out to 18,500. And so I think the savings going down to 50, it's not just purely, one less person to take care of. There are the additional staffs because you're running 2 locations and stuff. But be that as it is, I would like to just make sure that I carry over what Presbyterian was offering us, which is to buy 50 beds, build a new nursing home in New Richmond, which I think we should support because the citizens in New Richmond would be far better with a new facility down there than our old one that's running not even full anymore. And I would assume they buy our 50 beds and then we would continue to operate until they became operational. Is that correct?
The details of that would have been a next step in negotiations, but I'm assuming that would have been the case had the board chose to proceed in those discussions with Presbyterian Homes. But yeah, we wouldn't have closed our doors. We would have worked with Presbyterian Homes in some way, shape, or form to transition residents.
And so I think there was an issue there where they were saying who the priority residents would be. They were going to bring them from one of their existings, would get the top priority, and then they'd look at the ones we had, or was that one of the other proposals?
With Presbyterian, if my memory serves me correctly, there would have been, and with other facilities of this nature, when they have a continuum of care, those individuals in assisted living are often given preferential treatment when they need to move to skilled care in a nursing facility. The numbers in terms of what Presbyterian might consider in taking residents from the county home, we didn't get into that detail, other than that would have been a significant issue that would have been addressed.
Okay, and then I'll leave this to the chair to decide action, but I would like the issue about one floor operations to be referred back to the Health and Human Services or whatever committee is appropriate to come forward to the board with a recommendation to not or to do as far as going to one floor operations there. Right now we just got the dollar figure, and I was kind of actually looking for a little bit more. And I think the board ought to look and see that, for $300,000 we're not looking, how many people are in the nursing home now? 60 some, and we
66
and we discharge how many a month? 7, I think the figure was.
That can fluctuate, but I think we did give an average that's similar to that number.
Right, so basically we could be to a single floor operations within 2 to 3 months just by attrition down to 50. So, Chair, if we could do with that as you think is appropriate.
I made a note, Mr. Strumke. Let's hear the rest of what has to be presented in response to last meeting's questions before we go ahead. Mr. Kaplan.
Mr. Chairman, in regards to Mr. Strumke's request, seeing as though how the figures came out, that we could only handle 44 on one floor, I think if it's okay with him, we ought to look at what it would be in order to be able to utilize all of the savings by going to 44 instead of 50.
I would have no objection to that.
Noted. Now, I think you've got a PowerPoint presentation and other speakers to present things, don't you, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, just as a quick recap of the balance of the meeting, Larry was there. He's here today to cover the PowerPoint presentation. That will talk about 72 beds, 50 beds, nursing facility, what the cost of the county would be. Also, there was a request at the last meeting to look at an 18 to 20 bed assisted living. Again, the committee did not make any formal recommendation regarding the proposals, but the information was made available. We've made some minor adjustments since the last meeting, so Larry will be up here to present that shortly. We did talk, maybe now would be the time to let Larry do his component and come back if there's more detail that needs to come back to.
Good. Probably remember Larry Lester. He's nursing home financial expert for Wipfli, the accounting and consulting firm that this county has been using as a consultant for a long time, ever since we started the management audit thing and back in about 2002, I guess. Not that you were involved that early, or were you?
I was.
Yeah. Well, time flies, as a number of people have said here earlier today.
I was looking at Fred Rita's notes about 2001. I'm thinking, we've been doing this for quite a while. I just wanted to make a little bit of comment about the acumen in that meeting, just so you guys realize is when you talk about acumen, you talk about North Branch, remember you're talking about a different state. And you're talking about a Medicaid program that's funded better than our Medicaid program is. So when they say their nursing home breaks even, remember Wisconsin's the third worst funded Medicaid state in the United States. So you're not really comparing apples to apples to 70% or 75% of the population. Not to say that you can't do a management contract, but to look across borders and say they were successful over there isn't apples and apples over here. I mean, you would, as Fred said, you may want to look at their Wisconsin operations and say, how do they do? So I just wanted to clarify that for everybody, that Minnesota and Wisconsin just because they have Medicaid, are not funded the same way. As Fred said, our next step in this process as we try to move forward is to look and say, what would happen if we did go in and build a new nursing home at 72 beds, a new nursing home at 50 beds, and then a 20-bed assisted living. And just based on our assumptions, we chose a CBRF, and I'll explain to you what that is when we get to that. A note on the 50-bed analysis, and as Mr. Strangke was trying to say, realize that at 50 beds, it's not just cost savings that you're getting. It's also additional reimbursement from the state. There is a rule, if you want to say, or regulation, if you want to say, that at 50 beds kicks in and gives you more reimbursement. So you're not just saying, we're going to reduce costs, You're reducing costs, and you're probably not reducing costs, obviously, equal to what your rates are because of the costs that are fixed, but there also is a kick-in or an add-on at the direct care reimbursement level, and I'll show you on the new building what that means. So just realize that it's not just cost savings, it's actually additional reimbursement, and that would kick in at any point 50 beds or lower. Okay? Yes?
Just on that point, if we maintained the existing facility and did not build a new facility and cut down to 50 beds, would we get a rise in our compensation from the state?
Yes, that part of my presentation, when we see it, is not hinged on a new facility versus the existing facility. It's only hinged on being 51 beds versus 50 beds. At that point, once you cross that line, and there are a number of county homes that have looked at going to 50 beds for that purpose. If those beds are full that you're getting rid of, the difference between giving up the revenue of a filled bed, even though it's Medicaid and you're not getting your full cost, and the difference in the Medicaid rate will not make it make sense. So you have to combine that with, if we get the additional reimbursement and we can reduce costs because we're on one floor, we're more efficient, do those two items together make it more beneficial than having the 72 beds and the additional revenue? And you can't do that, as I told the committee, until you really do a budget at 50 beds. And you really sit down and say, department by department, how many employees would we have in each department, and get it down to that detail, just like you do your budget at 72 beds every year for your county board. Any other questions, or we'll move on here? 72 bed replacement facility. As me and Fred talked about this, and we wanted to make it, I'll say, as simple as we can to see how the impacts happen. I know you guys are not nursing home experts. You don't deal with this every day like I do. So what we decided to do is we decided to start out with where are we today from the tax levy perspective, and then take each thing that would change as we do this analysis and show you how that would impact the tax levy either up or down as we go through the different steps that would take us from a new facility, or our existing facility, to a new facility. Now realize, as we go through the different assumptions, those assumptions can change, okay? These are just some that we happen to choose. How big the facility is, how many private rooms you have, the square footage of each room obviously is going to impact the cost of that facility. If you decide, well, we're going to build a 50-bed facility with all double rooms, and we're going to make the rooms the state minimum, that facility is going to be much less expensive than what we're showing you here today. So even as you look at this, realize that each one of these assumptions can then be refined down to say, what's the bottom line? And as I talk to the committee, I think as a group, you have to come to some consensus as what is our goal here? As we go around, and even if you're going to hire a management company, what do you expect out of that management company? Do you expect a break even? Do you expect a $250,000 tax levy? Do you expect a $500,000 tax levy? That's really the question you guys need to ask yourselves too as you go through this. All right, here's the things that we're going to talk about. We're going to start out with the budgeted 2008 tax levy. Obviously, if we're going to build a new facility, we're going to incur debt that we don't have. We're going to incur depreciation expense, which right now, as on our budget, we don't have depreciation expense on the county's budget. We're going to talk about what does it do for the private pay rates. Can we now that we have a new facility, can we charge more? What happens to the Medicaid rates? And then are there other operational changes that will help us when we have a new facility? Obviously, the one that we pointed out is utilities, but that again would be the next step. If you said this is something we want more information on, what would this building really look like? What would the staffing really be is the next step. And at this point, we didn't do that detail. These numbers are right off the 2008 budget. There's an county appropriation budgeted for $250,000 or $260,000, and then there's a nursing home surplus budgeted revenue of $533,000 for a total tax levy of $793,090. And I know I've heard that was last year it was 1.2. This is just the starting point, not to debate if this is the right number, but we have to have a starting point so that when we say what is the impact, we know where we started. Construction costs in these numbers were actually given us by Ayers and Associates. Again, realize very high level analysis. They didn't draw out a facility. They didn't get down to the details. But just so we have a starting point, the construction costs on the 72-bed replacement facility, $10,583,500. In my opinion, you could build it for less. This is probably a higher number. Again, it's going to depend on private rooms. It's going to depend on common space. It's going to depend on how nice the facility is. Room furniture, typically in a new facility, you don't take the furniture from the patient's rooms and move it over just because now you have a new facility. You don't want the old furniture. And then other equipment costs would be, your freezers, that type of stuff. What can we salvage from our old building, and what do we need to buy new? All these things need to be refined if you choose to go down this path. But this is just giving you a starting point on an estimate. Total construction costs, $11,083,500. That includes the furniture and the equipment. Interest rate, on our initial one, for those of you who were there, we were using 6%. Based on Chuck's research, we decided to use 4% borrowing rate. And no cash put down by the county. Obviously, depending on what happened to the other facility, if you were able to sell that facility, if you were able to recover money out of that facility, you may say, we're going to turn around and put that money into the new facility. So right now, we're financing the whole thing. The county's putting no cash into the project. It's completely 100% financed. The building square footage, and again, this is just important so you kind of understand how we tie the numbers together. So if somebody else says, well, geez, we can build it for $9 million. Most likely the building square footage is going to be different. 54,000 square feet is what we're looking at this building, and again, that was from Ayers. And then for depreciation purposes, and this is just an accounting thing, we're going to depreciate the building over 40 years because it's a new building, that's typical, and the equipment over 10 years. This is just a mathematical calculation of how the depreciation, in essence, you will use up $315,000 of that building each year. Okay, that's in essence what depreciation is. So over the life of the building, $11 million cost, you will use up $315,000 of that building a year. So if you put that amount away, in 40 years you'd have enough money to rebuild a new facility. That's in essence what depreciation is. So here's our tax levy we started out with. If we add, and for those of you that were at the other meeting, we kind of had the calculations right in the PowerPoint. To speed it up for you guys, those have been moved to the end in the appendix section. There's actually an amortization schedule showing you that $11 million amortized at 4% is $440,000 of interest a year that the county would incur in interest expense. And then, so we don't have any debt right now in the nursing home. So we don't have any interest to pull out of our budget because we don't have any debt. We'd have to add the new debt, just like if you were going to buy a new house, you'd have to add the new interest. We don't have any existing depreciation in our budget number, and we'd have to add the new depreciation. The reason we put the depreciation in there is the reality is as maybe not the first year, maybe not the second year, maybe not the fifth year, but at some point you're going to have to start putting money back into that facility. And that's really what the depreciation is recognized to be. It's also recognized to be the principal portion of your debt payment. We talk about the interest up here, but you also have a principal portion of that debt payment, which is really accounted for in depreciation.
Question quick.
Yep.
I think you're trying to double allocate that depreciation expense. You stated that depreciation expense, which I would remove from there, but depreciation expense is really if you wanted to replace the building in 40 years and all the equipment and everything else. And now you're saying, well, that's also to cover your principal payment. No, that's what you would have to actually set aside in addition to the principal payment. So can you give us what the principal payment is real quick here
Actually, if we go, let me jump ahead for you.
Okay, I thought you were just putting it all on the front page there. So
right here, here's our $11 million. This would be our monthly payment. This would be our interest, and that would be our principal over the first year.
So it would be.
I can't read it because
It's in your book. On the back page.
Yeah. So
So if it's 53,000 times 12 is
the total payment.
Is the total payment per year.
Right.
So that would be about $600 and some $1,000.
439.
52 times 12?
Oh, okay, that includes that.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is down there.
That would be the total debt payment.
What would be the total debt payment?
That 52,000
times 12.
Right.
Okay.
Hang on just a minute. Let me get back to where we were. So Already been there. All right. And again, just to clarify the depreciation, the reality is, yes, if you set that money aside, when you account for it, you really account for two things in the depreciation. One, fixed asset additions that you're going to have to do to that building over the year, and two, the principal payment related to the other side of the debt. And it's probably 50%. But that's really when you put depreciation on your books, that's what you're doing it for. When you do a cash flow to see what it's going to cost you cash-wise, this obviously comes off because you don't. This isn't actual cash coming from you. So we started out at $793,000. We added our interest. We added our depreciation. Our new tax levy is $1,547,465, and that's an increase in the tax levy, obviously, because we're adding these expenses.
Okay, but I just, before you do that, that's why that first page is really misleading to people. Because the debt service, the principal, I just did a quick math, is $624,000. So if you were going to say half of that is going to go to depreciation, you still need to add another $300 and some thousand to the revised budget tax levy, because we have to make the principal payments too.
Can I address that, please?
Yes.
Supervisor Strumke, I raised that very issue at the board meeting that we had on January 9th. I think perhaps an easy way to state this, Larry and Whipfley are doing exactly what they should do according to generally accepted accounting principles, which is you set up your budget and you account for depreciation, which in this case is $314,000 per year. I raised that very issue because it's set up according to GAAP standards. You're only showing the interest deduction on your payments. So here's hopefully another simple way to say it. And I use the phrase, if we're too smart by half. If we sit down and say we're not going to account for $314,000 of depreciation because it's a paper expense, then we have to go to his appendix on a cash flow basis, because we are paying roughly $600,000 a year in payments for debt and interest, but we're only showing $400,000 of interest and not the principal payments.
On a cash flow basis, you would pull out both of these, and you would put that $57,000 a month times the 12 months in place of that.
So if I might just put a big bow around it, if we're too smart by half and we say, well, we're not going to account for $314,000 of depreciation because it's a paper expense, then we have to account for roughly $200,000 of principal payments, because that's in Larry's Appendix 1.
Right. And the reality is at some point, the rest of that $114,000 would have to be done in fixed asset additions, repairs to the building, that type of stuff. You can live off of not counting for those things at the beginning of the building because they're new. At some point, that money's going to have to come in to help that building maintain and stay where it is. So,
I appreciate that, and I don't necessarily concern myself about removing depreciation expense. And I understand GAAP. I've ran 4 businesses. I own 4 businesses, but you are putting an impact up there that does not even tag and say check page so and so, and this is misleading to the supervisors and people looking at this, because you have a revised budget tax levy as a final figure there, which does not reflect the actual impact of the tax levy. We're going to have to pay the principal. That has to be part of the tax levy. Mm-hmm. And it's not reflected in your figure there.
Any other questions?
Well, we're going back and forth here, and I know I'm not a CPA, but I believe in Larry. I mean, we're paying him enough money, so he ought to get it right. And I've heard an explanation from Don Jordan that says if we didn't want to call it depreciation, if we preferred to look at it on a cash flow basis, how big is the check and how much will we have to levy from the taxpayers? Okay, we could make it principal and interest and repairs, but it would be about the same number. No. So I don't think.
No.
Yes, it would be.
Huge more than that. The 50.
Well, we are going to get a long lesson in accounting, I guess.
52,000 times 12 is $624,000. It's not 300,000.
Right, but wait.
But-
That
but remember to add
600,000
the
includes this
439.
400,000.
Remember
That
to add-
600,000 is principal and interest.
The $52
Yes.
per 52,000 per month is
Remember,
both.
If we go,
So if you take the interest out, then it's going to shrink by
right,
that much.
remember, this is our principal payment, this is our interest payment, that's our total payment. Okay? So if you add this up, which is the 624,000, that's both the 439,000 of interest, and the difference is the principal payment.
Okay, your form is backwards to me, but okay.
Everybody agrees that we have a reasonable way of presentation here. And $1.5 million is within, close enough for government work?
Well, like I said, you could
is
live
reasonably good for what the estimates are that we're trying to achieve here.
Right. You could live without accounting for the depreciation for a while, but at some point that's gonna come back at you too. So then we say, okay, what happens on the reimbursement side now that we've built a new facility? At 72 beds, and we've talked a little bit about this, the state has a per bed maximum that they allow you to be reimbursed at. And in essence, they'll allow you an appraised value up to that amount. And right now, for St. Croix, that amount is $75,900 a bed. And because we don't meet the requirements under a 72-bed replacement facility to get our higher amount, and we'll talk about that, that's what we used. And again, that's on Appendix 2 is the whole calculation if you want to see it. Bottom line is because we have a new facility and our new debt, our Medicaid rate would go up $12.50 a day. For every Medicaid resident, we would get $12.50 more a day. There's also a provision in the Medicaid program that if you choose to not charge your Medicaid patients for a private room, you can get $1 add-on to the rate. Well, if you had 100% private rooms, you obviously would be able to take that initiative. And so we increased we don't have that right now in our rate. We don't take that initiative because we don't meet it because we don't have enough private rooms. But we would get an additional $1 for that. So our total Medicaid rate would go up $13.50. Our estimated 2008 Medicaid patient days is 16,800. And again, that's at an average of 66 residents. An additional annual Medicaid revenue of $226,800. Okay? The next question that we asked the committee, and obviously you would have to decide operationally, is you're now moving your residents into a new building. Can we increase the private pay rate for those services? I know at the committee level there was some hesitancy there. In our analysis, we increased it $10 a day. I can tell you from a operational side, that's pretty conservative to go from your building to a new building and only have the rate go up $10 a day. But that's obviously a decision that you guys would have to make. We had 4,800 private pay days, so we'd have an additional $48,000 of revenue from the private pay people. If we add those two numbers into our formula, remember we were at the 1.5, and now remember these are reducing the tax levy because they're additional revenue. We got these two numbers that we just talked about. I did talk to Ayers, and they gave me $1.50 per square foot for utilities, and so we would save $72,000 a year from our current utility cost to the utility costs in the new building. So that we added that $72,000 in, and so for a 72-bed replacement facility, the revised tax levy budget would be $1.2 million. Again, doesn't take into account any changes in staffing, any of that stuff, because we don't know that because we don't know the layout of the facility. You can't do a staffing analysis without a building that you actually can say, and obviously it may be $100,000. It's not going to get rid of $1.2 million, I can tell you. But that would be, if this number was somewhere in the ballpark of what you're looking for, that would be the next step to say, now how can we refine this number to get it down to where we want to be?
Larry, what's the assumption on the fact that there's $1.50 saving on utilities? A more efficient building? What's the assumption?
Yes. And I don't know how your utilities are on. All I did was I took your 2008 budget, and then I took the 54,000 square feet times $1.50, and I took the difference. Gordon.
Larry, you didn't adjust for occupancy. You assumed our present occupancy?
Yes, I did.
Which is how much?
66.
But what is the percentage of occupancy? 86%?
66 out of 72. And yeah, that is a point that obviously with a new building, you may be able to run. I would say 70 is probably pushing the top end of that.
But on the other hand, if there was another new 50-bed Presbyterian home built with our new 72 beds, would be over the market study projected need of 95 beds in the community. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. And I also, just to comment on that market study, I don't know, because of the newness of family care, I don't know how much that market study took into account. That you got to remember now that people that don't have the financial resources to go to an assisted living go to a nursing home. Well, under family care, they now that assisted living benefit is covered for them. So you may see people that are now in your nursing home have the ability to go to an assisted living facility. So
would it be a reasonable assumption that if a new 50-bed Presbyterian home was built and we built a new 72-bed, that we would have a far higher vacancy rate than we presently have?
I would, if they were both new facilities, I would doubt it, because I think you would draw from a farther area. I think just the fact that it's a new nursing home and you have a lot of older nursing homes in the area, I think you'd see the older nursing homes be the ones that would struggle occupancy-wise.
Thank you.
Yes.
I would just like to add to that response that you gave, Larry, the demographics that were pointed out by Kirsty Duncan in her report this morning. Since 1990, the rate of growth in the older populations in our county has been much faster, 22% versus 7.9%, than in the state as a whole. Long-range demographic projections suggest that between 2015 and 2030, the number of persons in our county who are 65 years old or older will increase by 75%. Those same demographics indicate that within the identical time frame, 2015 to 2030, our county's population of persons 75 years old and older will increase by 93%. I think it's important to keep that in mind, and it seems to me that it's a good argument for us to go ahead and do this and to make it a capacity home of 72 rather than 50. Thank you.
Yeah, again, just one comment on the aging is the other thing we don't know is the technology that will be there in 20. I mean, there's a lot of facilities, there are a lot of organizations that are looking at sensors, smoke, different ways to monitor. There's one where I know in a CBRF where they had a problem placing somebody, the guy was a smoker and he would get up at night. Well, they put instead of having a staff have to come down there every half hour and see if the guy had smoked, they put a motion detector in his room, and when the motion detector went off, now they knew he had been up, and now they knew they had to go check and see if he had put out his cigarette. So there's going to be changes in how we provide care. Two things to remember that also were mentioned is most people want to stay in their home as long as they can, and there will be technology to make that more possible. And I don't see any more people wanting to go, and I'm a nursing home advocate, I can tell you, I live and die nursing home industry, that's what I do. But I don't see any more people saying, I want to go to the nursing home before I have to. So it's going to, it's hard to pick where that balance is going to be, but it's going to be somewhere in between. You can't use the same utilization numbers today and say that same percentage of our people over 75 are going to be in the nursing homes, because they won't be. I mean, there'll be other resources out there.
And that's the point I was going to make, is I don't think anybody disputes the fact that on an average age basis, the population is aging, and as you go county by county, is there any correlation at all or any database that would indicate a comparison between an aging population on a percentage basis and a population in a nursing home? Is there anything that correlates that? I mean, just because we're getting older, does that, I don't accept that that tracks, that there are therefore, on a percentage basis, more people in a nursing home.
The hard part is our nursing home bed size has been such a moving target because we've been having beds given up. You know, obviously the desire to stay in one's home will be, I'll say the negative of people going to the nursing home. The fact that people won't live with a sore knee, or I mean, the medical technology to do a knee replacement, that type of stuff, and if the nursing home stays the place of that rehabilitation, you may see a boom in that side of it. So it's really hard to say, you know, because that rehabilitation may now all of a sudden start happening in an assisted living facility. But right now, that Medicare benefit is not usable in an assisted living facility. So if you go to the hospital and you get your knee replaced and you need to rehab, that rehab now typically happens in the nursing home setting as you rehab yourself to get ready to go home. That part of the business will continue to grow. The people coming there just to live in the nursing home will decline. The question is, for everybody, is where is that in? You know, where does that fall? Will Medicare say you can use your benefits in an assisted living? We don't know that. I mean, that's the speculation out there. So it's hard to say what side. You know, I would say the rehab business in the nursing home is going to grow. I would think you're going to see more people that get their hip replaced, get their knee replaced, than we have, you know, maybe in our parents. But also the people that used to come there because they didn't have anywhere else to go, that's not going to happen. They're going to be able to go into an assisted living because now that benefit is an entitlement. I can tell you, I think La Crosse County, when they went to family care, the number I remember is 300% increase in assisted living needs when they went to family care for people that now were Medicaid that wanted to use the assisted living benefit that they were entitled to under family care.
Just a postscript to what you said regarding post-operative rehabilitation taking place in the nursing homes. Our own Vice Chair, Dick King, is doing just that in our county nursing home.
You used a term, Larry, CBRF, and that's one of those I've learned. Community-based residential facility. That's what is sometimes called assisted living, right? Okay.
Yeah, there's actually three kinds, and the first one really isn't assisted living, but housing. The first step in the process is really an independent housing where you're on the campus, so the resources are close by, but you really don't need a lot. You know, maybe you need, it's nice to have somebody bring you your meals and you're in that level. The next kind of level down is a CBRF, which is more, I'll say, assistance with daily living needs. Okay, you maybe need somebody to help you get dressed in the morning and that kind of stuff, but you're not really looking at nursing type care. The step below, next after that, is what's called the RCAC, residential care community, and that's more care. So as you go through the continuum, how they're licensed and how they operate really depends on the amount of care that person needs as they go through that period. And then after the RCAC, you would typically see somebody go into the nursing home. Yes?
Is it safe to say, though, that private businesses are meeting those needs on a general basis, all those different levels? There's not a level that private enterprises says we're not going to do? They're meeting all of them?
Yeah, those services are provided at every level.
When we talked about this at the meeting last week, I didn't bring this up. Thought it was too off the wall, I guess, and I laughed at it anyway. But when we talk about anticipated needs and so on, it's kind of up in the air. And the same is true with school districts. What happened in my hometown, Chippewa Falls, is when they were building at 2 different years grade schools, the projected census said that, well, we need, I'm just saying, 12 classrooms on the south side. And what they did in their bidding process was to build, I think, 4 extra classrooms, roughed them in, if you will, and they didn't finish them off. Tile, ceiling, fixture, whatever. And within about 3 or 4 years, they moved out into those things, but at least the initial cost was taken care of. Point being is that is there a possibility that with this 50, 60, 72, type of thing, that if a 50 bed unit were built, is it possible to, say, rough in another 10 beds and not finish them off for anticipated future needs, or is that too off the wall?
You'll never get them back.
Yeah, the first thing is you'd have to deal with the state. You can take beds offline with the state, and I'm not an expert on that side of it, but that would be your first question, because if you gave up the beds, in order to get beds back, right now there's a moratorium on you getting beds back, so you would have to go out and say, can I buy beds from somebody else? On that note, right now in the state of Wisconsin, you can only sell a whole license of beds. Okay, so if you wanted to buy somebody else's beds, and let's say they had 50 beds, and you only wanted 10, you couldn't buy 10 from them right now. You'd have to buy the whole 50 and then give 40 back to the state. There is talk about changing that, and that would impact in your scenario where you could go out and get 10 beds. The other thing to realize is it may impact this little area you have in New Richmond from somebody else coming in and wanting to compete with you. Because let's say I'm a multi-facility owner, I own 30 facilities in Wisconsin, and each one of those facilities has maybe 5 or 6 empty beds. If this legislation would happen, I could pick up each one of those facility beds from each one of those sites, put them all together, come to New Richmond, and put in a new facility to compete with you. Now that can't happen right now because you can't sell a partial license, but there is talk about being able to do that. So
we're pretty much locked and blocked into clusters, so to speak, of 50, is that it, or blocks of 50?
It isn't the block. It's usually probably increments of 10 to 12 because of staffing, and it all depends on the layout of the facility. That's typically how you decide how big you want. But 50, there's a reimbursement impact if you're 50 or less. That's why the 50 comes into play. Yes.
Thank you. You've spoken about the new Medicaid reimbursement as it pertains to assisted living facilities. Can I ask, do you know, will there be any monitoring of care in the assisted living facilities? Because my understanding is that at the present time there is none.
There is talk about a survey process, and your statement is correct. There is no survey process right now, as there is in a nursing home where they come in and do that. Obviously, from the industry side, they're fighting it tooth and nail not to have it happen. From the other side, the people providing the funding are saying, well, how do we know? The one thing that we're seeing, and family care is a perfect example of this, is we're really seeing the state of Wisconsin want to get out of that business altogether. And that's really what they're doing with family care, because what are they doing with family care is they're giving the responsibility to administer that program to who? To these care management organizations. So the state isn't going to be overseeing that program only from a managing the care management organizations, but the actual what do we pay and how do we manage the care is actually going to, for those of you who are familiar with Community Health Partnership in Eau Claire, they've applied to be the care management organization for St. Croix County. And so the state's going to give them the funding, and then they say, tell them, now you figure out how you pay for the services. So that's what that would mean. But that being said, at that level, there's a lot more, I'll say, involvement on what's happening in each building because they are right in the counties that they're servicing versus being in Madison. So the one thing that I will caution you is, and again, I'm very dedicated to the nursing home industry, I don't see the funding in the nursing home industry improving in the near future. I really just, it's not, with our economy struggling like it is and with our issues we have, with other programs, it's not high enough on most people's list to see dollars go to the nursing home industry as far as funding. So yeah, we're going to see some money here and there just because the state realizes they have to care for these people. But right now we're looking at about I think statewide probably about a $26 a day deficit from cost to reimbursement. I don't see that being made up in the next few years here. So this is 72 bed replacement facility, and that's kind of our bottom line number. So we started out here. This was the increase, so it's about a 51% increase from where we are today. And obviously, you'd have a new facility at that point. I mean, it's not, only the financial side. I can tell you, being an accountant, that's the side I look at. But there is obviously two sides to the story there. 50-bed replacement facility. We have a couple other things here that come into play. The biggest one is being in the Medicaid area. Actually, both of them are in the Medicaid area. We're going to get that direct care add-on, that higher direct care payment, because we have 50 beds, which again we could get in our existing building. And we're also going to get a better property reimbursement because we're going to give up enough beds to trigger that additional property reimbursement. And that bed number is 25% of our existing beds. In order to get enhanced property, we have to give up 25% of our beds, which we would do if we went from 72 to 50 beds. But again, we'll walk through each one of them. Construction costs on 50 beds, $7,392,125. The room furniture and other equipment, total construction costs, again, we're borrowing at 4%. Again, no cash down. Building square footage, 37,500 square feet. And the depreciation lies were the same as we talked about. So again, this was that whole discussion we had before about putting depreciation in. So if you want, again, here we have our interest, here we have our depreciation. If we go back here to this schedule, this will be our 50 bed, and our payments will be $37,440 times 12. So again, we could pull off the interest and depreciation and replace it with that amount, but it's going to get you pretty close to the same place when you throw in potential capital improvements in the future. So we go from $793,000 to $1,334,000 by adding in, again, we have no debt or depreciation in our current budget. The big one here, as you can see, remember our property rate was going to go up $12. Under this scenario, it would go up $21.42. And that's, again, due to the enhanced reimbursement, and again, from the state. Our direct care payment, and this is, and it won't be exactly the same, but it would be very close, is going to go up $16.88, and that's that add-on for going to 50 beds. So this is something, again, if we just looked at our own existing facility, this is something that would be there for us having a 50-bed facility in our existing facility. And that's something, if the board agrees to go forward with that 50-bed budget, that's something we would put into there. The dollar add-on for the private room is the same, so our Medicaid rate would go up $39.60, or $39.30, sorry. We have fewer budgeted days because we have a smaller building, but the total impact is $476,945. Okay. Again, we said we could increase our private pay rate $10 for the new building, so $34,000 for that. Now, again, we're changing the size of our facility, so obviously we would change our staffing. We wouldn't know exactly what these are. What I did is took how many hours per patient day we're staffing at today, how many less days would we have, and at what hourly rate are those people reimbursed at. So in this case, for every patient, we staff 0.87 RN hours a day. Okay? For every patient, we staff in essence, a half hour of LPN care a day. For every patient, we staff 2.71 hours of CNA care a day. Okay? And we would lose 6,750 days because we'd be a smaller building. And when I say days, I mean resident days. So the hours are over there, 5,873 hours of RN time, 3,645 hours of LPN, and 18,292 hours of CNA time. And I was requested, these average hourly rates, remember, are not the hourly rate that somebody is paid. If you looked at their wage rate, this includes overtime, and it also includes holiday pay time. So what we did is we took the payroll through October. We took all the RNs and said, how many RN hours did you have and what did you pay them? And we divided the number in and came up with the $30 an hour. In theory, you should be able to get rid of more overtime than regular time if you're really using that overtime because you don't have enough staff. Yes?
Does it also include benefits?
No. Benefits will be added on after. Okay? And if anybody wants to see this information, we can provide it to you because we went, right through the payroll information to pull it out. We have right now, based on hours, we have 2.5 ward clerks, and so we decided, and again, it's arbitrarily, we would move a half a ward clerk position because we're going from 72 to 50. So the total savings in nursing salaries is $571,507. Yes, John.
Larry, is this calculated with a half or full-time NHA and DON?
No, it is not. That's something we could add to the analysis. And what John's getting at there is once you get to be 50 beds, you're no longer required to have a full-time nursing home administrator and a full-time director of nursing. You can combine those positions.
I think you said holidays were included. You really mean our PTO, don't you? Because I don't think we separate the two. The full panoply of days off is a single unified number.
But I think you also pay a higher rate when they work holidays is also in that number. So it's not only the holiday they get, but they also get a higher rate when they work a holiday. So it's a combination of both. Dietary, right now we staff 0.91 hours per patient day, and laundry we're at 0.25. So again, those were reduced, incrementally based on the number of patients we'd be caring for. And see, this stuff is where it gets hard because dietary may have more staff because of the 2 floors in your building right now. So you don't really know until you look at the floor design of a new facility what this number really will be. But at least gives you an idea of an estimate. And laundry, so we're going to save $95,000 in dietary salaries and $23,000 in laundry. So the total, here's our nursing salary number we just talked about. Our bed assessment right now is $900 a year. That's what we pay the state for bed tax. We would obviously reduce that on 22 beds, so we would save $19,800 there. Here's our dietary and laundry salaries that we talked about. The question about fringes, here's the total of the 571, 507, and the 119, 449 is the 690, 956 at 39.61% fringe. And again, that's again a guess because your workers' comp may not change at all. Okay, so this is all fringes based reduction down. And you may have, people that you don't hire may not use as much health insurance, so it's just an estimate. Food cost at $5.90 per day, which is where you are today. Lost IGT funding. Right now, for every Medicaid day, you get $20 a day in IGT funding, so that's obviously a negative. Lost Medicaid revenue, and that's again what I've used is we were at 66 residents, and I assumed an average census at 50 beds of 47.5 residents. Okay, lost Medicare and lost private pay. Medicaid was at 70% Medicaid occupancy percentage. Medicare was at 10, and private pay was at 20%. And those are your correlating rates. There should be a dollar sign on there. And then again, reduction in utilities. When you add up all those operational changes, it actually costs you $168,500 or $756. Okay? The reason being is you're losing revenue and you're not cutting costs equally at the same rate. Okay, now again, if you looked at an actual layout of a 50-bed facility and said this is where the nurse's station is, you'd have to staff that to get a more identical number. So we start out where we were. We add in our additional Medicaid reimbursement. We add in our private pay rate increase. It costs us another $69,000. So our revised tax levy for this one is $991,875. Okay. Again, 2 things that could change that is what kind of facility do we build? Do we build right now? This facility is coming in at about $147,000 a bed. That I've seen buildings built for. I have a client that built a facility for $85,000 a bed. Obviously, it's not the same facility as $147,000, and that's when I say when you look at these, you really got to say, you really got to hone down these assumptions more to get to a more exact number. But obviously, again, it's not going to make this be zero either. Okay, so that's the 50 bed. Here's our summary. And the bottom line is the tax levy would go up 25% with the new 50 bed. So obviously much less than the 72 bed for the two main reasons: the higher property reimbursement and the higher Medicaid. If you had a census today of 50 and we weren't reducing those resident days that you currently have, this analysis would be much more positive. Okay, but because we have those residents in our building, we have to take those into account. Yes?
I just have a confused question. On page 11, Larry, the title of the slide is 72-bed replacement facility, and you say it's a percentage increase of 25%.
Yeah, that should actually be 50. That's my
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's the summary for the 50. I missed that.
The figures you use on footage for the two buildings, figuring the 72 and the 50 bed, are they all single rooms, some double rooms, or what's the category there you used?
I actually got those numbers from Ayers and Associates, and I'm not sure, but my guess is that it's all private rooms. That's the standard being built today, I would say. And based on the cost per bed, I would say, yeah, you're looking at all private rooms in those numbers. Okay.
Husband and wife end up there for a period of time.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Yeah, obviously, that's a decision. I've seen buildings say that in order to get the enhanced property reimbursement, you have to have 80% private rooms. That's the minimum. So you could turn around and say, well, what if we did 80% private rooms? That's what I'm saying. Those scenarios or those analyses need further, what do we want? And really, to tie that back into what do you want the financial number to come out to be, and can we get there? What I'm telling you is you're not going to build a new 50-bed facility and have no tax levy, but we could make that number look better if we, reduce the price per bed, maybe reduce the number of private rooms. I don't think we can do anything more on the debt. I think the 4% is probably as good as we're going to get, but there are some other things there we could look at. Everybody ready to move forward? Again, what we did here, because we don't, the hard part about a CBRF is really who's going to be in your building. And we don't have a market study. We have a market study that says what the demand is. We don't have a market study that says what their financial resources are to pay for the care. In essence, are the people in our CBRF going to be private pay, or are they going to be subsidized payers? And again, with family care coming into play, the need for that subsidized care is going to be there. It's just a matter of who the payers will be. So instead of doing anything based on an estimated rate, what we did is we actually calculated what the rate would have to be in order to cover your costs. That's how we did this analysis. So again, kind of the same format. Construction costs, 2.7, $2,746,000, $100,000 in equipment costs. I forgot my total there, but it's actually 3, then it becomes 2.8 million. 4% interest, again, no cash down, and the depreciation lives the same. We will jump ahead here. There's our amortization schedule. So again, if we throw out the interest and depreciation argument, our monthly payments are for both are about $13,600. Okay. So in our analysis, we put in the interest and we put in the depreciation. Utility costs, again, that's at $1.50 a square foot. Food costs, 19 residents. We assumed an occupancy of 19 residents, $5 a day for food. Staffing, PCW's personal care worker. You'd have 2 of those on most likely during the day, 1 in the evening and 1 overnight. And then our fringes and liability insurance. The key thing here is this bottom note, all other expenses provided by the nursing home. You don't see any dietary staff in here. You don't see any housekeeping staff in here. So if you did this model and you didn't use the existing nursing home staff, obviously this cost is going to go up. So just keep that in mind as we're saying we're going to put this next to the nursing home, and that staff is going to supply what's needed other than the expenses we've pointed out here. And obviously that's something you would, if you did another analysis at a lower level, you would determine if that's feasible. Could you, I'm guessing you could provide another 19 meals a setting with the staff you have today in the current nursing home. Okay, I'm guessing you, and typically the housekeeping I would say is probably once a week in a CBRF. I'm guessing your current housekeeping staff could do that. If you just built the CBRF with no nursing home next to it, obviously all those costs would have to be built in. Total expenses, $432,559. If we had 19 residents, and that's an annual number, we'd need a rent of $1,897 a month in order to make that work. That's very much in the ballpark where the rents are falling. So it is a very, feasible standpoint from that standpoint. Again, depending on who those residents are. Yes?
Under that equipment now, it's understood there's no kitchen,
right,
mess hall facility, no freezers, right, refrigerators.
That's all from the nursing home.
Nursing home. Roger on that. How about any mini kitchens or microwaves or anything like that?
Not in a CBRF. The meals are all provided at the dining area. An RCAC would have a mini kitchen and that type of stuff, but that's a different type of construction. And we did this because this is typically the least costly to build.
They had one other. None of these include like blacktopping of parking lots, sidewalks, or anything?
That,
or do they?
That's in the construction cost, depending on, obviously if you had to bring utilities in and a major, that wouldn't be there, but
no.
The landscaping and that type of stuff is in the construction cost. Okay. Yes?
Could you please clarify on page 12 the staffing for PCW at $10 per hour, fringes at $38.61? Is the staff that's going to staff this feeder facility going to do double duty and work in the nursing home as well?
These people would be exclusively assisted living people.
Okay,
These are the people that provide the direct hands-on care to the residents. All the support services would come from the nursing home: dietary, housekeeping, laundry, those type of things. But obviously administration would come from the nursing home. Yes?
Besides appearing to be able to support itself, would the assisted living have a positive impact on the nursing home occupancy? Would that drive that being more efficient?
I would say and I don't know. I know your census is at 66 out of 72. I think as much of that is attributable to the uncertainty of the nursing home today. But yes, that obviously would, if people came to your CBRF, the idea would be that their next step, they typically transfer to the nursing home. They typically don't go look for a different nursing home than the one that's on campus. Now, we do have clients where those are not on the same campus, and in that case, they typically do go look at a different nursing home. They don't necessarily transfer over. Yes?
In your construction costs, do you include the land and the infrastructure?
No land in any of this.
No infrastructure.
Right. Yep.
The infrastructure, you're referring to like sewer and water?
Right. None of that.
Highway, road.
Right. Yeah. None of that is in here.
How could I forget highway?
And then just so you kind of know what else we gave you. Like I said, if you really want to understand, this is the amortization schedules we talked about. This is actually the reimbursement right from the Medicaid rate calculation that shows you the increase of $1,250 that we talked about under the 72. And this is the one under the 50 bed that shows you the $2,142. And then this is the direct care calculation that shows the $16.88 additional reimbursement. I didn't want to stand up here and walk through every line with you, but that's just so you have that documentation. Yes?
One of the things that we talked about at the ad hoc committee was doing a study of the existing nursing home and converting the ground level to approximately a 50-unit facility and then converting the upper level possibly to assisted living or building on for assisted living. And I think that the ad hoc committee is going to get a report on that in February. Have you been asked to do any analysis on that yet?
I don't know if I was asked. I was at the meeting for the discussion, but I haven't talked to Fred about it specifically doing it.
All right. So for the benefit of the board, those questions were asked, and I think that you're going to have further information on that.
Yeah, what we'll do is take the number, I think it was 300,000 or whatever savings if you went to 50 beds. We'll actually take that down to a budget level and say, what is that real number? And instead of being a very estimated number, what is the real number if we go to 50 beds? Obviously, if we go to 50 beds and stay on 2 floors, we're not going to have a lot of savings. So we really need to figure out how many we can get into 1 floor.
I would just ask, based on what we've been listening to today, that you have the templates for your budgets, and if we could run that model at 44 beds, if that's the number that conveniently fits on 1 floor, and then see what those savings are, I think that would be
right. And we also
that's the other additional number that we need.
We also want to do a specific staffing for 44, not an estimated hours per patient day, but literally sit down and say, how many RNs would we have on how many LPNs, how many CNAs, so we have really good numbers that in essence you say, we want to do this, you'll have your budget for the next year done, is what we want out of this next analysis.
I would assume since the taxpayers paid for all your studies are available for any person or company that would like to look at them?
I don't have a problem with that, so yeah.
Okay.
Well, they'd be public records under the open records law. I had a couple of questions while I managed to grab the mic. Why a 20-unit CBRF? I don't remember that we specified 20. Why not 21? Why not 19? What, if anything, is the magic? Is
the real magic is the staffing of it, and typically 19 wouldn't be that thing, but typically it's 1 to 10 caregivers. And so when we had the 2 caregivers on during the day, we have 1 caregiver giving care to 10 residents and 1 caregiving. So if you had 15, you'd really have, unless you can cut somebody in half, you'd have 1 caregiver doing 10, and the other one would really not have enough residents to care for. So typically those facilities are built based on your staffing, I'll say, mentality or pattern.
So units of 10 are the indivisible block, right, as it were. 10, 20, 30, 40, that is the... But what is the relationship between, if any, between the number of people in a CBRF who are candidates to move into an associated nursing home, or conversely to have recovered in their rehab and be ready to move out into a CBRF? That doesn't necessarily scale by units of 10, does it?
No. The market analysis is really, and like I said, I think the demographics show that population will be there to service you, to fill your 20 units. I also think family care will push that service needed to be there. The question is we don't know at what level they'll be able to pay. We don't know. All right, 30% of the people that are in that age bracket could pay $5,000 a month, and 10% could pay $4,000. We don't have that wasn't part of the market study that was done by Larson Allen.
Well, am I drawing the right conclusion that the bottom line on your analysis of the 20-unit assisted living is that if the rent were higher than $1,900 a month, then there would be a, quote, profit that could support the nursing home.
Right.
And the higher that rent is above $1,900, the more subsidy would come from that source. Whereas if we couldn't get $1,900 or people didn't have the ability to pay it, then we wouldn't be getting a positive benefit. That's the right conclusion to draw.
Yep. And the key there, and again, is that we don't add staff in those support areas on the nursing home to cover that. We're using the exact staff that the nursing home has today because we didn't build any additional dietary staff, laundry staff into our analysis.
And that is also consistent with the 20 units. If we went to 30 units, there'd be a real question whether the staff in the nursing home could provide the care at no cost, no additional cost.
Right. Right. And there may be a 20, but that's something that
Probably
we would,
not above that.
Right.
I interrupted somebody.
I had the exact same question. That thing, blocks of, would the food prep be overtaxed if you added, say, another 10 units?
The food prep?
Yes.
Typically, you would say you could probably take another 10 meals out of what you make. We typically do add food costs, though, because at some point you're going to have to. What you're really saying is you're not going to add any dietary staff to prepare additional meals.
Right.
You know, the actual carrots and what they serve is probably going to cost you more as you make more meals.
Yeah. So in general, not to muddy the waters, but if we added another 10, we would just take approximately a third of what the costs are here and add to it.
Yeah.
Another $1.1 million.
Right, and that, realizing at some point you'd have to add staff because the nursing home wouldn't have enough staff. So, and just so you know, as you look at what you want to do, once you decide to go to a plan, you would do a more in-depth analysis. You would look at what the facility is actually going to look at. How would you staff it at more detail than we have today? This is just kind of that first upper level pass at it. Yes?
For Medicaid or medical assistance level patients, would the state or the feds pay $1,900 per patient?
And actually realize now that that's going to be at the family care level. So that's going to be at these care management organization levels. The community health partnership is who you're going to be doing that negotiation with. In my opinion, is that rent reasonable for those type of residents? Yes, it is. I would say up to probably $2,300 a month I would think is reasonable for a subsidized resident in those. And again, it depends on the amount of care that person needs. Typically in a CBRF, many of them have up like 4 levels of care. Level 1 is the lowest care need, level 2, level 3, and level 4. Those rents are typically, I would say, $1,500 to $2,500 is depending on which level you're at. So I think this analysis definitely comes out in the ballpark. Again, assuming we can do it with the staff we have in the nursing home. That's a big part of this analysis because remember, as you start adding $1 of salaries, you start adding 40 cents on fringes for every $1 of salary. So that's a real key to this, is that we could do it with our existing nursing home staff. Yes?
If I can just summarize a couple points here. Let's assume that the assisted living facility is full. And let's assume that all the people going into it are going back to a nursing home or coming from a nursing home going into it, and everybody else, so it's full. And regardless of that, if our nursing home is full, at 72 beds, we're still asking the taxpayers to subsidize that to a tune of $1.5 million, approximately. And if it's a 50-bed nursing home, we're still asking the taxpayers to subsidize it for $1 million. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Thank you.
Yes?
I don't know who wants to answer this question, but my question now is, what is the next step for the committee to pursue? Where are we going with this?
Is there anything else to report from the ad hoc nursing home committee? Well, I know there was one thing, because while I was there was talk about should there be a referendum, should this be given to the taxpayers in some way, form, or other. But what else did you intend to say under either 6 or 7 on our agenda?
There were really a couple other items that were discussed at the nursing home subcommittee. Larry already covered one of those issues, and that is a full budget detail on a...
Folks, I suspect we're all getting a little bit worn here, and we probably have more questions than we have answers, and sometimes we think maybe the guy sitting next to us actually has the answer to our question, so it's tempting to ask him. But I would think this is going to work better if we direct all our questions to either the lectern or myself. So I'll wait until this conversation is finished and then we'll resume. All right, Fred, back to you.
Thank you. One of the things that Larry had mentioned today that was already discussed is the subcommittee did ask for the detailed analysis of a 50-bed in our current facility. Obviously, that won't fit on one floor, so we would have to do the detail, and I believe that would answer Supervisor Strumke's question around what would be the cost of a 44-bed facility utilizing one floor. And I will work with Larry on that in specific detail. So that is one of the possible next steps for the subcommittee. Additionally, there was some discussion at the subcommittee meeting with regard to an advisory referendum. I talked briefly with Cindy about some of the mechanics of that. I don't necessarily understand all of the details on what we would need to do, but that was one of the things to put it out in a more general sense. I know that there's been testimony here, and certainly there's been interest at various subcommittee meetings in Health and Human Services. That was another issue. The other item that at least I've thought about and wanted to present to this board is what is in fact the role of the subcommittee at this point in time. If we aren't going to pursue negotiations, and I have put Brian on hold indefinitely, Brian Pertel from DeWitt, Ross, and Stevens, because there really is no more negotiation that their law firm could help the county pursue based on action of this county board last month. So if the subcommittee isn't looking at the original intent of the RFP, meaning lease, sell, partner in some way, shape, or form, now Ecumen may be something this board says we need to do more work on, and obviously some of the details of that, of how they've worked with counties, I even forgot today, but it is something we could pursue. But what is the role of the subcommittee versus has it now turned to an operational internal assessment of 50 beds, 72 building new, looking at our current operations, which may in fact fall more to the purview of Health and Human Services. So just a question I would raise.
Strumke.
In reference to the single level issue, that is not a guidance issue that the ad hoc committee should take a look at. I think Health and Human Services can just provide that, at their next meeting and come back hopefully to the board and say, we recommend doing it or not, because I think that's what we should get out of that. As I stated last month, and I alluded to slightly about an hour ago, we look at the three proposals that we're looking at here. If we're looking for the needs of the residents now and the residents in the future and the citizens within the New Richmond area, I believe the issue should be is we should provide them the best facility that we can at the lowest cost. The lowest cost would be allowing private business to take it, because the lowest cost would be zero to the levy. And that goes back again to the Presbyterian offer, which I moved last month, and I don't think there's a change in the opinion of the board, although that I understand you're asking for something from them. But the fact is that we could get out of the county running the nursing home, get a new nursing home in the New Richmond area to take in the residents that are there and turn it over to private. So that's my guidance would be, unless somebody wants to pick up and make a motion, would be again to go back to Presbyterian and look and see and what kind of settlement figure you can get per bed we sell to them, understanding that whatever we sell to them will pay for our actual closing and the movement of our residents to other facilities, hopefully right there in the New Richmond area.
Mr. Cranmer.
Motions that I prepared. One of them is about Presbyterian homes, which would follow Mr. Strumke's discussion just now. But perhaps I'm not sure whether or not anybody in the public wants to speak first before we get into motions and voting and that sort of thing.
The chair is open to the idea that at this time we'll take any public input that of people. I know Loyola has given us a form that she wants to speak. And I see Kim Dupre is here, perhaps wishes to speak again. If you folks want to make your way up to the lectern, we'll hear from you next. And then you'll be next, Mr. Peterson. Kim is in your district, isn't she, Brian? Oh, in yours, Lois, and you, of course, recognize her. Yep. For those who don't recall, Loyola Wasco is a 23-year employee at the nursing home. 24 now. Well, good show.
This is very, very brief. Mr. King is sorry he was unable to make the meeting today, and he hopes to see you all next month.
And we hope to see him next month, or earlier opportunities. Come on up, Kim. And Kim Dupre is an officer with the union and a resident of, where is it, Emerald?
County Road G. Thank you for discussing this. I hope you saw my letter to the editor this week thanking you all for considering a new building. I really appreciate you taking the time and effort to look into that option. And obviously, whatever option you take will cost some kind of money. Even if you outsource this to someone else, it's not going to be free to you. The county is still responsible for paying for these types of residents. And it's not always going to be as cheap as you think. And so I would just encourage you to continue pursuing the options that you have and to thoroughly look at them. And I would also really like to see this be able to get resolved for the families and the employees and the community before the next election, if that's at all possible, because I just feel that everybody's been in a hold pattern, and to pass this hot potato off to some other board, they're not going to like you very well if you're not around anymore. So I would just encourage you to do what you can and do all your due diligence and make sure you know all the facts. And I appreciate you looking at this option and to consider it very thoroughly. And I appreciate the time that you've put into this already. And I'm very glad that you've been doing this for us, so thank you.
Speaking of the next board, wait till they see the budget, the so-called structural deficit, as they call it at the state level, that we are taking to them. Buzz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question, and then I'd like to make a statement. On the Finance Committee monthly report that we all received in the mail, dated January 3rd, 2008, and it's as of November 2007, there's a revenue and an expense portion to this, and I see just about every department that I'm aware of that exists in county government represented here: circuit court, medical examiner, county clerk, computer services, all the way down through emergency communications, drug court, child support, veteran service officer, administration, and so on. But conspicuous by its absence are any entries for Health and Human Services and the nursing home, other than the $53,000 expenditure for the RFP processes. Have I overlooked something here, or is this question missing something? Why are the nursing home and Health and Human Services figures absent from this report?
I think I know the answer, but for safety, I'm going to turn to Mr. Whiting, and you can tell us, if you want, what other things might be missing from that report.
If we're interested in safety, I'd probably get Michelle in here, but I think if I remember the report right, we don't have those departments in there, and I'm not sure we have highway in there either. And that's just kind of how the accounting works here in the county. Yeah, they have a report that they do for the Health and Human Services Board that generally is probably more descriptive than these lines anyway.
This paper is addressed to members of the St. Croix County Board. The subject is the St. Croix County Nursing Home. It's dated today, January 15th, 2008. While studying the 2008 Annual County Board Report submitted to all supervisors by the Department on Aging, I became even more acutely aware of the demographic changes currently taking place within our county, along with these changes projected for the next 22 years. Along with those changes, These were outlined in the cover letter appended to Kirsty's report. Consider these statistics cited therein. Since 1990, the rate of growth in the older populations in our county has been much faster, 22% versus 7.9%, than in the state as a whole. 22% in our county, 7.9% statewide. Long-range demographic projections suggest that between 2015 and 2030, the number of persons in our county who are 65 years old or older will increase by 75%. Those same demographics indicate that within the identical time frame, 2015 to 2030, our county's population of persons 75 years and older will increase by 93.2%. Item 5 on today's agenda states, reply to Supervisor Strumke's question regarding cost savings to move nursing home operation to one floor. Moving residents from the second floor of our county nursing home to the first floor of that facility is incongruous with the negative consequences of such a move. I ask you to consider the following. The likelihood of any resident being given their own private room would become minimized. Rather than progression, reverting to more double occupancy of rooms would therefore constitute a regression toward outmoded primitive practices of the past. Many of the residents currently on second floor are persons who are mentally and or behaviorally challenged and for whom the peace and serenity present on their second floor provides an environment far more conducive to their well-being than a move to the first floor with its nearly nonstop traffic and noise can provide. The first floor dining room is already overcrowded with its 38 residents. Today's census is actually 40, but 2 are in the hospital. So that brings it down to 38. Assuming Supervisor Strumke's rationale for what amounts to further downsizing is the freeing up of second floor beds to be then sold to the private sector at perhaps $2,000 or more per bed, I have to confess ignorance here. I don't know if that's per month or what that $2,000 represents. Can anybody help me?
I don't know where the 2,000 came from. I think the offer from Presbyterian Homes was 6 to 12.
1,000?
1,000.
Per-
And that was a single payment.
Per year? Oh, a single payment?
Once upon one time,
All right.
yeah, per
Thank
bed.
you. Thank you.
So I don't know what the 2,000 would be.
Okay. Assuming Supervisor Strumke's rationale for what amounts to further downsizing is the freeing up of second floor beds to be then sold to the private sector, let's remember the statistics cited in the April 2007 issue of the Wisconsin Taxpayer. Recall from this article that Wisconsin ranks 13th from the bottom of all 72 Wisconsin counties because we have only 4.83 nursing home beds per 1,000 county residents. If we now factor into the equation the demographics cited in Kirsty's cover letter appended to her Department on Aging annual report, the number of available beds per 1,000 county residents is only going to decrease dramatically in the near term. Our nursing home residents are not commodities to be traded like stocks in a portfolio. They are human beings. They have dignity. They are just like you and me, except they can no longer care for themselves. They need us, and they need our unequivocal support. I therefore question seriously any value system that's apparently operative when cost savings, quote, trumps the dignity of the human person. It's time to get off the dime. A county board resolution to build a new nursing home was passed 7 years ago this month, yet that resolution has still not been acted on. I urge each of you to support the motion introduced by Supervisor Gerald Peterson at our December 18, 2007 board meeting, whereby we began the process of building a new state-of-the-art facility with 72 as opposed to 52 beds. That's my slant, not Gerald's, along with an ancillary assisted living residence. Let's do it right, and let's take advantage of our county's excellent bond rating. Larry, if you're still here, thank you for correcting the 6% to the 4% suggested by Chuck Whiting at last week's RFP meeting. In order to get this, at the time I wrote this, I didn't know that change was going to be made, so I highlighted the 4%. In order to get this done with minimal financial liability. By doing so, the monumental expenses incumbent upon contracted temporary personnel, inefficient economies of scale, costly consulting fees ad nauseum, and I might add legal in there as well, will come to an end once and for all. I just have some asides that I'd like to add. If you haven't seen or read it, this is an outstanding, revealing book. Its title is Patience, Pain, and Politics. It focuses specifically on the nursing home industry in Wisconsin, and you better have a strong stomach when you read it, because much of the abuses done in privately run nursing homes are covered up by officials at the state level. The author is a registered nurse, Mary Richards Rollins, and she was one of the people that went out into the nursing homes to make sure that they were complying with state regulations. And when she found non-compliances and reported that, they were covered up. I learned yesterday, I called the nursing home to find out what the situation was with regard to beds, and that's where I got those 3 negative points about moving down to first floor. I spoke with 3 different staff people. I also learned that because of the unrest that exists with respect to the future of our nursing home, the hospital in New Richmond is no longer referring to the St. Croix County Nursing Home its patients who require nursing home care. I think this adds to the imperative that we build our new home and assisted living facility as soon as possible, and I would reiterate Kim's urging that we do this with the present board. You are more familiar with this issue than any incoming people are going to be, and I think we owe it to our constituents to act now. Thank you.
I certainly respect the passion with which the supervisor from District 18 brings to this issue. Looking at the same information, I come to significantly different conclusions, however. During the time that I've had the privilege to serve on this board, we have been involved in what feels like many of us probably the death of 1,000 cuts. At one time we had a nursing home with significantly more than 100 beds. And for various reasons we have contracted the size, and we have given up beds, and we have sold beds. So we've gone from over 100 to 72 to consideration of 50 to discussion of 44. And it almost feels like eventually we will contract and restrict ourselves right out of the business almost accidentally. I really think we ought to be more proactive in terms of looking at the issue, however. From a policy decision, back to one of the rhetorical questions that Larry asked in his presentation is, we need to decide what it is that we want to do. We've talked about a variety of issues all relating to the nursing home in terms of size and in terms of the amount of taxpayer subsidy that will go into it, but at any level there is a cost. So from a policy standpoint, I think we need to decide, do we want to subsidize a nursing home at any level? I'm not suggesting an answer, but I think that's a policy discussion that we need to have. Should we, in fact, be in this business? Clearly, healthcare trends are away from institutional nursing homes and toward in-home healthcare options and assisted living and community-based residential facilities. As we're looking at the budget pressures that we're going to have in 2009, and you'll recall the discussion that we had when we presented the budget for 2008, continued county budget pressures make it critical, in my view, that St. Croix County cease spending levy dollars on a nursing home and focus on providing essential services only. At some point, we need to have that policy discussion in terms of what we want to do, as opposed to simply incrementally talking about, can it work at this level, or this level, or this level, all of which beg the question.
Well, I'd just like to respond only to a couple specific areas that Supervisor Marzoff referenced my name to. I appreciate also the zeal in which he approaches this subject. I, too, find a different area to go to than what he does, though. Just to clear up some issues, I think about 10 months ago, I actually made the point that in fairness to the residents at the nursing home and in fairness to the employees, this needs to be resolved. I, too, do not want it to drag along like many of us here. I want to touch on just a couple specific areas that were referenced in the current operations at the nursing home. Dining being a problem because the lower dining facility is crowded can be handled just administratively by separating and timing who eats when. In response to the need of the county's nursing home is being needed, the county nursing home is not full, nor is all the beds in the county. So it doesn't matter what the population growth is right now. The nursing homes in the county are not full. Spring Valley, I believe we were offered or briefed here, is expanding theirs. There are people talking to us that want to build new nursing homes. They're business people. They see the need, and they'll do it. That eludes back slightly to what I was talking to about the Wifley report and briefings we're getting, where if any private industry wants that information, I encourage them to come forward and get it and look at doing what the taxpayers are being asked to do here. The last thing I'd like to say is I believe the dignity of all humans is important, but since we're talking about the nursing home and the residents there, I think the best thing we could do for them is quit talking about this and get on with providing the necessary support for private business to go down there and build a new nursing home and provide a new nursing home so we can enhance the dignity of the residents there. The big discussion that's causing all this turmoil at the county board level, I believe, is the fact that it's the tax levy support for the nursing home. If we can get past that and say, okay, we want a nursing home for the people, then let's get on with it. And let's provide the support the county needs to do to allow private business to go down there, and it will remove the levy. If the supervisors want to run a business, I encourage them to go out there and talk to business companies and buy business. But I don't think it's the operations of the county board to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think today that we had a very valuable presentation on good data on the nursing home, 72 beds, 50 beds, and I would like to see us expedite this whole process so we can get closure. And so I'm really wondering, we can feel very comfortable with this data here, but I think the element that's missing in reaching a decision of whether it's going to be sold to somebody or what's going to happen is that our committee ought to be authorized to engage heirs to put together some data for them on the construction of an assisted care, we call it this new BRC business, and a nursing home, so that we have something that we can put our teeth into to compare versus all of the things we're talking about. This is excellent, but I think we're missing, at least in my mind, I'm missing the element on what this project would cost. Once we get that, then we can decide if we're selling and going out of business or if we're going to build. So before we leave today, I would like to suggest that somehow or another we authorize the Health Committee to engage heirs to put together some figures for a construction project. I'm not saying build it. I'm saying looking at it, because we have to think in the future. Thank you. Now, if I can risk it, if you think I should, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion if you think it would help.
I would just try and capitalize on a common thread that we've heard. I think these discussions over the last 9 to 12 months have been very helpful. I think it helps both sides have a greater appreciation for what the advocates are trying to convey. I do need to respond to the testimony that we heard this morning, and I think this is analogous to us getting tripped up in statistics again. The testimony that I heard is that we're fortunate in St. Croix County in that we have 21% of our population as aged, but 80% are still young and working. So if you look at comparable counties like Barron County or other counties that have a greater percentage of elderly in their population, statistically it would make sense that any movement we have, we're going to go up 22%. And if you have a broader base of elderly people, you're going to go up 7% statewide. I don't think that's the key statistic that we hang our analysis hat on. I think in terms of us going back to looking at numbers, we need to have that additional number that Supervisor Borup mentioned and Supervisor Awesome mentioned as to once and for all looking at the existing facility, looking at what those increased reimbursables would mean for us if we went from 72 beds to 50, and how we could reconfigure the nursing home so that we could meet that 80% threshold for private homes to meet the reimbursables. We know several things today, and whether we want to go back and revisit it, I think we have to. The people that we've engaged to give us their best advice, and assuming that this stays consistent for inflation, if we build a new 72-bed facility today, we're going to be looking at burdening the taxpayers with the equivalent of $60 million in today's costs. That's roughly $1.5 million per year for 40 years, and we know that's not going to stay constant. We're going to be inflating that over time. So there's a $60 million number. We know that if we look at a 50-bed facility building new, we're roughly $1 million per year to the levy. So there's a $40 million number that we're asking the taxpayers to pick up. We had testimony early on from the existing Christian community home, and that subsidy was $2.75 million, and they would have built a new 93-bed facility, probably with assisted living and probably with ancillary retail, as was mentioned by the chair earlier, for florist shops and getting a greeting card and so on. I think we do have to make a decision. I tried to be very respectful of these numbers, but I would not leave it with the people today that we are 13th from the bottom and we have 4.83 beds per 1,000 residents, especially when we have a young population, as was given in testimony this morning. I think we have three bookends: $60 million for a 72-bed brand new facility, and this is without assisted living, by the way. $40 million for a 50-bed new facility, And I think we do need to come back and say, what does it cost to reconfigure our nursing home to get the private beds and get to 50 so we get the higher reimbursables? But if not, these levies are going to be phenomenal. And I think that's the issue that we have to look at for the elderly that are staying in their homes and paying taxes.
Yeah, in listening to our conversations over the past couple of months, I'm concerned that when we look ahead at the budget, 2009, everybody I talk to says 2009 and beyond is going to be a very difficult year for budgets. Anything that we choose to do where we're going to spend additional levy money, let's assume that there's a finite amount of money we're dealing with, we've got to sacrifice some other services in the county. Somebody's got to give to spend more money in another area. We don't seem to have that discussion of how we're going to pay for what we're up to, one way or another. I don't, at this point in time, I almost don't care what the answer is. It'd be nice to see a discussion of how you arrive at an answer. And maybe it's, picking up on Supervisor Standifer's comment, it's kind of a policy decision, but it's also, if we don't have the money to do all the things that we want to do in the future, what are the things that we want to do in the future that are important to us and the residents? And I think we need, at some point in time, before we jump off on any of this, we ought to have a discussion of how we're going to pay for it and what the impact is on all the other elements of the budget in the county that we've got. And I guess I'd like to make that a request of something we do before we dash off and commit to anything.
Since, thanks. I might as well just move this over here and you could turn it on. Really, that's what agenda item 11 is about, I think, is that how does a county set overall priorities? Am I misunderstanding you?
I would take issue that that's what 11 is, and I think we discussed that in the Administration Committee. I think it ought to be an active discussion of the issues and the priorities and not feeding a whole bunch of stuff into a computer that's going to burp out a bunch of numbers. I've seen that, and that's not policy making. That's doing something different. So I think when we talk about a nursing home and the residents and how important it is to those people, but we never come back and take a look at what's the impact elsewhere in the county and on the levy in real facts. And I think we got to do that, and it's not prioritizing what we're doing, and it's an active discussion as we've had here about how many beds and whether to build a nursing home or what we ought to do. How are we going to pay for it? What's the impact on other things in the county?
Well, we're starting to go round and round. I know that some of you would like to offer motions and bring an end to it. I tried last month to refer this to the Health and Human Services Board and empower them to actually make recommendations. We've had several new ideas today. And so what the chair is going to do is declare a recess and ask you to get your heads together and come up with something. And right after the recess, you can be first, Mr. Marzoff. Until after you could get a fortification of a little more sugar in your system. And but he's been hounding me that he wants to make a motion. And Mr. Marzoff, you asked to be recognized at the break.
Is your offer still good?
I recognize you. And I recognize you in your capacity, in my capacity as chair, and your capacity as board supervisor too.
Thank you.
I know who you are too.
I just want to speak to Supervisor Standifer's comment about the ongoing, I believe it was a deficit you referred to in the budget. And as far as I know, supervisors, there's not a single department in our county government which doesn't depend on being subsidized by the tax levy. And I'm wondering, where was the outcry when the Huber facility was built at a tremendous cost? I don't recall any public outcry against that. Why is it that when it comes to this nursing home issue, so many of the people in the back row here, especially, are against it. I don't understand that.
I'd like to speak to that, but honestly, the chair is anxious to move this forward. I clearly sense that we are covering ground that we have covered before, at least in the last 4 meetings, and sometime we're going to either make a decision or we're going to pass it to our successors, or by referendum to the voters. So, to the extent that we're saying things that have said before, I would like to think that it's just the addition of further information or further data that is what we need to make a decision. Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we refer what we've been doing today to the Health and Human Services Board to revisit and look at the remodeling of that facility for a 50-bed unit and report back to us at our February meeting. I note that in February we don't usually meet, but this is such a big issue, I think that we could maybe even take the February meeting and devote the entire time to it and get closure on it, because to me, the bottom line is, are we going to have private ownership of the nursing home or public ownership? And I think if the Health and Human Service Committee could look at the remodeling of that, whatever that entails, we could then maybe get some closure.
Motion. And let me attempt to summarize the motion, which was more than one sentence long, I think.
I'll be shorter next time. I was a little nervous. I'm new at this.
If you are new, where does that put the rest of us? I understood you to be referring this to the Health and Human Services Board.
That is correct.
And I heard you to be saying that you wanted the Health and Human Services Board to bring back information about a remodeling project of the existing building to create a 50-bed first floor.
That is correct. And report back to us in February.
And you want to meet in February, even though Mr. Ritz is gone in February. Would you be comfortable if this report was in March?
I can be comfortable with it anytime. I don't know what kind of timetable you want to have. I feel strongly I wish this board could decide the issue rather than the new people.
Yeah. How about you, Mr. Mortensen? Does it need to be in February for your purposes, or could it be March?
The sooner the better, but I would also like to add add to the motion that on the second floor, could that be used for assisted living?
It's a bit irregular. I really should ask you to make an amendment for that purpose. Does somebody want to second the amendment? Mr. Marzoff is seconding the amendment. So we have at this time a motion, and I'll recognize in just a second, Mr. Jordan, as soon as I summarize what I think we have. We have at this time a motion to refer this to the Health and Human Services Board and have the Health and Human Services Board report back at a February meeting, whatever it wants to report, but at least including a 50-bed remodeling of the existing facility on the first floor. Now, the second, the amendment is that the matter brought back, or that the board would also give information on assisted living on the second floor. Right, Mr. Mortensen and Mr. Marzoff? All right. So let's take debate then. Mr. Jordan, you were first.
Well, I was going to ask for clarification. it just seems to me a cleaner way to do this in terms of committees would be to go back to the ad hoc nursing home committee. I mean, that's what was presented here today, and testimony was given. That's the next step.
And you're on the ad hoc committee, and so is Mr. Borup. But other people, Mr. Awesome and Ms. Wentz and Mr. Kafflish and Ms. Lucky are on the Health and Human Services Board. Dr. Hoberg is on both. And there are other overlaps. Mr. Stanifer.
I'm not necessarily opposed to the motion that's on the floor or the amendment. I just go back to really raising the question. Both the amendment and the motion are going in the direction of cost. We're trying to refine cost issues. And somehow we've got to, at least in my view, have a discussion of, or a decision on, do we want to be in this business? If we decide that we do want to be in the business, then issues of cost would seem to me to be the next agenda item. But if we make a policy decision that we don't want to be in the business, that we want to transition appropriately out of the business, then the cost issues become moot. So my concern is that we still are skirting around what I really think is the core issue that somehow, at some point, we need to decide.
Mr. Chairman, in regards to the testimony that's been given over the last number of months, the motion is we can't do it. We know that you can only do 44 beds on the first floor, so the motion to study 50 beds, I can guarantee you, will come back and say it can't be done. So therefore, the motion in its stated value is unacceptable at this time.
Well, you may not know that Mr. Peterson has had two careers, and one was with the Corps of Engineers. And so he understands that you can remodel and push out a wall on the first floor, or you can add, an atrium type of thing. Am I not correct, Mr. Peterson?
You're correct, and I also feel quite strongly about the fact that you need that in order to make a good decision on whether it's going to be public ownership or private ownership for whatever we're doing. And I think the Health and Human Service Board is the one to do the study for us and gather the data.
Borup, you're next, and Ms. Burry.
Well, just a comment regarding the motion, a concern about the 44 beds, that there will be a lack of single rooms on the first floor unless we start spending a lot of money. We talked about that 8 or 9 years ago. The other issue is entry to the second floor. That there would be significant issues of how you're going to get in and out of the building if you have assisted living or some other activity up there. It's a building that was built for 129 residents, and as we try to keep reconfiguring it, I would, based on my background, I would be concerned with how effective we would be at getting where we want to go.
Ms. Burry.
I would like to see the money spent toward a new 72-bed facility and a CBRF rather than putting money in the old building to remodel it.
In reference to Mr. Peterson's motion, I think if we really look at what we've been given today, we have the information. And there's if it's a decision on money, there's a very simple solution here, or a very simple answer to it. Our lengthy report we got from Whiffley today says that if you operate a brand new 50-bed facility, the taxpayers will be subsidized, and I clarified this, will be subsidized in that nursing home to the tune of $1 million. That was in the report today. So if we were to take our existing one and modify it to take 50 or 44 and get the higher reimbursement, the best we could hope for is to subsidize $1 million. And we got the dollar figures to figure out what we're doing here. And I think the other question is that we need to decide in what business we want to be. I'm on the birth to 3 committee. I have 100 and some children, some babies, on a waiting list to get assistance from this county, and I don't have any money for it. And so to take 1.3 on normal, not this one modified year this year, and spend it on something that can be provided by private businesses, and deny, in this case, birth to 3 children support makes no sense to me. I can't, and that's not the only other areas in the county that we're not meeting needs. But by golly, if we can't even take care of the children, because we feel like we need to be subsidized in a nursing home in order to make somebody happy, of which I'm really not sure, because there's no logic being displayed here. We're even willing to go with, for instance, the Presbyterian offer to build a new nursing home for them down there, and we don't want to do that. I don't quite understand. But anyway, $1 million subsidy, even if we were to modify our existing nursing home.
Well, I would like a clarification from Larry Lester. He made a comment that you cannot sell just a portion of your beds. You have to sell your full licensure. So we have 72 beds up there. The bid from Presbyterian Homes was only for 50 beds, which means we would have 22 beds left. We have to sell all or none. And so I think that needs to be clarified. You just can't pick and choose what you want to do. And I would also question the 170 children on that waiting list from birth to 3. I, too, was on that committee for many years. There are kids on waiting lists, but they're waiting for a specific service. All of them are being served at some point. They all have gotten services. Maybe not all the ones they want. They have gotten services. So I question that figure. I also know that there are a lot of public places out there that do service our people in the birth to 3 area. And they go by Katie Beckett and quite a few of the other ones that are there. They provide services that we, the county, do not. So it's not just up to the county. There are a lot of public services out there, too. And as far as taking care of people, how do you go from one end of the spectrum as a child to the other end of the spectrum and as an adult and say the children are more important than the adults? I think we need to get serious here. The question is, do we as a county want to serve with dignity our older adults, or do we not? Is money more important to this county than serving people? And I realize that there are a lot of other places out there we could put this money, but are we talking in terms of money, dignity, service? Service is our motto. Okay, let's make a decision. What is our motto? Money?
Well, the last issue, Scan mentioned that there were, Buzz must have noticed this, there were 176 on the waiting list who are seniors. So we have, in my mind, it's not about money, it's about serving more people. Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair, I would just come back, very narrow discussion. And I would address it to the chair, if it could be asked of Supervisor Peterson, Supervisor Peterson. Even at my age, I get a brain fog. It just seems to me that there's an inconsistency here with the motion that we have, and I'm not advocating to serve on any more committees or go to any more meetings, but we have a consistency here of an ad hoc committee that has looked at this now for 12 months. We had testimony that in the discussion on January 9th, we were looking at that very issue you're raising, which is, could we go to 44 beds or 50 beds with assisted living on the upper floor? It's inconsistent with me now that this committee just sits on fast idle, and then we go back to a different committee to look at it. I think your data can be assembled very quickly.
You
That's the way I look at it.
You're essentially saying the same thing Mr. Stanford is.
Yes.
Private or public?
Yeah, private or public. Let's go that route.
The issue's been raised that we should provide service to the elderly or to our seniors, and I'm in total agreement to that. But what we're asking the majority of taxpayers in this county to do is provide a service to a minority of taxpayers who live within a 15-mile area of New Richmond. Those taxpayers who live in River Falls, Hudson, Glenwood City, Spring Valley, Baldwin, Hammond, all also have seniors who need nursing home care at some point. We choose to subsidize, as a government here, some 72 or less, maybe even down to 44 of some 500 plus beds. Nursing home care is a community-based industry. People who live in the other communities in this county would choose first to put their loved ones in a nursing home that's in their community, not in New Richmond. Why we're taking tax dollars that come from every taxpayer in this county and subsidizing a small region of the county continues to confound me. Supervisor Marzoff wonders why we object to it. Why should we continue to support something that the private industry, that the private sector provides for a majority of residents of this county, and they do it very well. And there will be demographic changes, there will be growth in the senior market as there is, and the market will provide that. There will continue to be nursing home care made available in every community in this county, not just one in New Richmond. It's just not something you can continue to ask as a policy of the taxpayers of St. Croix County. Thank you.
Yeah, the earlier comments about taking it to a vote, I agree with that entirely. I think it's a big enough issue, and any monies for any remodeling or rebuilding are going to be significant, and I think it should go to referendum.
I have to ask Mr. Timmerman this. Being that I made the motion and we've kind of going around and around getting off on all kinds of things, can I call for the question to end debate?
You can make a motion to end debate.
Okay, then Mr. Chairman, I move that we end debate on my motion to send this to the Health and Human Services Committee.
We've also forgotten our mics before. The chair was about to call for a vote, and quite frankly, there was maybe one more hand, but I think the better way to do that, unless I'm beaten down by people who want to first go through it 2/3, and we'd probably have to call the roll to make sure we've really got 2/3, is to just let me say that we're going to vote first on the amendment, which is that the referral to the Health and Human Services Board to report back at the February meeting on the option of extending the first floor to 50 beds would also include, on the second floor, assisted living. So it's the part about include the second floor assisted living that we will vote on first, because that's the amendment. And then we'll decide after the amendment passes or fails whether we go to the main motion and whether it includes the second floor as a part of the analysis or doesn't include it. Are you clear on what we're voting on? The chair is going to ask for a roll call vote, assuming that it might be close, and the chair would be happy to be proved that it's not close. So a yes vote is to include in the study second floor assisted living.
Tom Dowd?
No.
Chuck Mells?
No.
Wallace Habhager?
No.
John Martinson?
Yes.
Esther Wentz?
No.
Jean Ritz?
No.
Gordon Awesome?
Yes.
Tom Kaflish? Chuck Strumke?
Yes.
Richard Marzoff?
No.
Sharon Norton-Baumann?
No.
Ron Troyer?
No.
Roger Repholz?
No.
Bill Cranmer?
No.
Daryl Standifer?
No.
John Borup?
No.
Clarence Malick?
Yes.
Don Jordan? Ron Raymond?
No.
Cindy Leonard?
No.
Linda Lucky? Denise Gunderson is gone. Lois Burry?
No.
Brian Hurchin?
No.
Julie Spear?
No.
Joe Hurchin?
No.
Bill Peavy?
Yes.
Gerald Peterson?
No.
Charlie Grant?
No.
Clearly, the amendment failed.
Chuck Mells? Wallace Habhager?
Yes.
John Mortensen?
Yes.
Esther Wentz?
Yes.
Gene Ritz?
Yes.
Gordon Awesome?
Yes.
Tom Kaflish?
No.
Chuck Strumke?
Yes.
Richard Marzoff?
Yes.
Sharon Norton-Baumann?
No.
Ron Troyer?
No.
Roger Repholz?
Yes.
Bill Cranmer?
No.
Daryl Standifer?
Yes.
John Borup?
No.
Clarence Malick?
Yes.
Don Jordan?
Yes.
Ron Raymond?
Yes.
Cindy Leonard?
Yes.
Linda Lucky?
Yes.
Lois Burry?
Yes.
Brian Hurchin?
No.
Julie Spear?
Yes.
Joe Hurchin?
Yes.
Bill Peavy?
Yes.
Gerald Peterson?
Yes.
Charlie Grant?
Yes.
Tom Dowd?
Yes.
In advance at the minimum. And that's before the meeting starts. Well, the statute doesn't use the word emergency. I was at a seminar yesterday and corrected on that. Yeah, it's got to be, call it up and look at it. If
I just wanted to make sure, and I think by way of the conversation, the committee does understand that we would, in this analysis, have to include construction cost because we can only fit 44 people, not 50 on the first floor. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's clear from Mr. Peterson's remarks that he was thinking the cost of it is an important factor, and some others were concerned. Now, you have another meeting besides, you have a meeting on the 30th. If it's impractical to get it on tomorrow's agenda, there's always the 30th. Besides which, you probably couldn't get much analysis from Mr. Lester in this short time, except at premium rates.
Another thing, remember, you got to answer here is, if you're going to do 50 beds, you're going to expand, what ratio of private and semi-private rooms do you allocate?
The observation by Mr. Lester is if 50 beds, what ratio of different kinds of patient-payer mix to consider. You can work with Fred on that, presumably, and the Health and Human Services Board will decide in its infinite wisdom what options to report back to the county board. Well, believe it or not, that takes care of agenda item number 7. So that should, do we have everybody we need for agenda item 8, or do we need to skip around a little bit to give people a chance? I think, is the district attorney here? Yeah, he is. How about the building service? Yep, he's here too. Well, let's go to 8. Questions?
Mr. Chairman, you called on me earlier, and I said I had a couple of motions that prepared to go, but I deferred to the public response first, and I was wondering whether I might be able to go ahead now with those motions.
Do they pertain to this topic?
To the nursing home.
Then I will encourage you to take those to the Health and Human Services Board.
Okay.
Ask them to vet those before this comes back to the county board. And Mr. Strumke?
I did bring up a subject that you were going to wait until after all the nursing home issues were discussed, and that being taken, recommending back, you wrote a note down recommending back to the Health and Human Services Board, pros and
Yes or no on 44?
with a recommendation to go to single floor.
I'll refer that question to the Health and Human Services Board.
Thank you.
Room 1259.
Leave it on.
Just leave it on, you see? I wasn't at the Finance Committee meeting, so I suppose somebody who was should offer a motion, or else we'll have just an unfocused discussion. Mr. Standifer.
I move that we approve the request of the district attorney to relocate the victim witness area into room 1259. Just very briefly, I would like to speak to that and indicate why it's coming here instead of the Finance Committee making the decision. Since it crossed multi-departments and multi-parent committees with respect to interest in the room, we thought an appropriate final decision should be made by the full county board. By way of background, we've been looking at this issue for months and months and months. Finally, from a priority standpoint, we felt it was time to make a decision. I think there will be some continuing discussion here. It is the recommendation of the Finance Committee that this be approved. In the interest of full disclosure, I should indicate that this was not a unanimous decision. Supervisor Wentz did vote in the minority, and at an appropriate time, undoubtedly, she'll have some comments. But it's now on the floor for discussion with an approval recommendation.
I want to lead off Supervisor Wentz, and I see Art Tobin is here if you want to call on him. He did a handout. Cindy Campbell also did a handout, or a mailing, actually, I guess. Where do you want to go?
I can give why I voted in the negative. I feel that this room was just kind of a room for a long time, and we used it as needed. And then when somebody asked about possibly having this room, suddenly everybody came out of the woodwork and said, boy, we need this room. We've got to have this room. And we've looked at the government center. We've tried to find extra room for people. And I feel that to move a whole department into that room when it is used so often, almost every day, I think that we need to really take a close look and say, hey, maybe we can find another place for victim witness. I know we found a place at the back of IT that was going to be used possibly for EDC, but parent committee did not like that. But that room would be available. It's down a closed hallway. Nobody could bother them. They would be able to be close to the area where they could go right out and go upstairs. I don't see why they couldn't use that, or possibly even go back to the Register of Deeds office where they used to be before they moved upstairs. I have nothing against the victim witness program whatsoever. We have a wonderful person in charge of it. She does a great job. I just think that this room is valued by a lot of other people and should not just be used by one department.
I'm going to shift hats and mention that I was not at the Finance Committee meeting where this decision was made. We had a conflicting Board of Adjustment meeting. That's where I was. But I've been highly motivated by the facts that I've heard from the clerk's office, who has been scheduling room 1259, and it was at my request that she sent you the matter that was in your homework that showed all of the different users of 1259. It is clear that in this building we have an overall shortage of space, that we have, despite when you look around at the different conference rooms, we have a lot of competing uses. This morning, Art Tobin showed me some numbers that he had, and I invite you to look at those, and I guess I invite Art up to explain, because it's not completely self-explanatory what these numbers are. But it does appear to me that one option that we really should look hard at before making a decision is the option of moving the witness-only room back to the Register of Deeds office where it was. Not Ms. Gustafson and the staff of victim witness counselors who are in the district attorney's office also. This proposal and the motion before us is to move all of them, the staff people and the witness room, into 1259 and take over all of 1259. And I think that I invite you to think about taking just the witness room, which used to be in the Register of Deeds office, and putting it back in the Register of Deeds office. I think Art's numbers will show you that it is compatible. And I invite you to think about the possibility that the Register of Deeds does not need all of that space that has been provided to the public to be working on their numbers. They didn't have that for appraisers and title examiners until we moved the witness room out of the Register of Deeds office. When we first built the building, the witness room was in that space. And it's been moved up to the DA's office, where they are now clearly too crowded. I think strong consideration should be given to moving it back, now that the Register of Deeds has so many of their functions online, so that people can work from their own offices. Title companies and examiners and so on can call it up the data on their own screens. But Art, what do these numbers mean here? How does it work?
Thank you. Basically, 1259 has 816 square feet in its emptiness right now. What's being used as meeting room and training rooms and its entirety. What we did was we went up to victim witnesses. We assessed where the areas were being used. They use is on their room 2302, the current waiting room 2315, in a northeast corner office, for a total of 554 square feet is what they're using right now. For not counting a receptionist area or their hallway passageways, that type of thing, but just specific office space, they're using 554 square feet. At the finance meeting, we were charged with going through and trying to design some office space for the people that would come down to victim witnesses. Down in 1259, as you can see, for the most part, the office space is shrunk in size overall to move into that area. And again, offering a secured area for the clients that are going to be using that in reception and in waiting room down there. So we took that 554, we designed it into the 816 square feet that was there. We also went out and we took a look at the past Register of Deeds, and from a standpoint, if you're using all of that space, just the existing space that you're using right now of 554, that area, which would again have to be changed, is 319 square feet.
How much was it's just the waiting room that was in the Register of Deeds before?
Correct. And before my tenure, but that's my understanding, is that's what was there.
That's 179 square feet, right? Anything else?
No, the Register of Deeds, that total area would be 319.
Yes, but the existing waiting room
Existing,
is
correct.
179.
You are correct.
So they moved out of 319 feet into 179 feet.
Correct.
Yep. Finished?
Okay. And then we put a preliminary cost together for moving into 1259, and we'd be looking at, by the time we do everything, put our walls in, electrical, HVAC and the rest of it, we would be looking at estimated cost of $14,000 is what we'd be looking at for that space at 816 square feet for a total usage.
Strumpke.
Two questions, probably not yours to answer, but we can get it from the committee.
Sure.
These witness rooms are used by just witnesses for the county?
There is one witness room, yes, and it's for people to wait until they are to go into court, essentially, on the day that they're going to be in a trial.
But these witnesses are witnesses for the prosecutor?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't provide any witness place for counsel and defendants, witnesses, correct?
We have all those 8 little rooms along the hallway
Outside
upstairs.
the courtrooms. Okay, and then...
But a part of the problem is that you don't want the witnesses from two sides in a criminal case mixing
I understand.
in the hallways.
Yeah. Second question is, are we taking into account not just the witness space that we're using now, but are we also looking at what we really are going to need when we bring on a 4th judge and we'll be holding court cases 4 instead of 3 and we'll have more witnesses waiting?
That's why to answer that question, that's why Office 4 is in there out of 110 square feet, was to accommodate for a 4th judge.
Was there another hand, or are you ready to vote? Or something? Mr. Stanford.
I'd suggest we have D.A. Johnson address this issue. A suggestion being made just to relocate the one person out of that suite down to the former space and leave the other portion up there, I think, is an impractical solution. And I'd really like to have D.A. Johnson address this issue in its global perspective.
By all means, but I haven't evidently been clear. The proposal was not to relocate any person whose office is in the district attorney's suite, but to relocate only the room that the witnesses wait in, which is furnished with basically living room furniture and children's toys. That was previously downstairs, immediately below the DA's office, and I think it ought to be studied. There's never been an office as such, other than in the DA's office.
I misunderstood what you had suggested then. I thought in your narrative you were suggesting relocating that person downstairs, and I would think that very impractical.
No, I was thinking of having this studied again about the feasibility of going back to the way it used to be in the same configuration, same exact spaces. Come on up, Eric, and make your case. While you're doing that, Mr. Mortensen has a question.
Yes, I feel very unqualified to vote on something like this, yes or no, because I'm so unfamiliar, and what little bit I'm hearing, I don't know which way to vote.
You'd rather have a tour, would you? Or see it, or see some plans or something? Go ahead, Eric.
Maybe I can help you, Supervisor Mortensen. When this came open, we put in our proposal on it, and our position on this was, some of you have been up to our office recently. I think Supervisor Stanifer was up there, and some of our committee members are up there. We're a very crowded office right now. When we first built this, I don't think the growth was anticipated as much as it would be. Yesterday, I moved one of our lawyers into our conference room, so when we have conferences, that lawyer's got to get out of the conference room, and so we're very crowded. But this is an ideal solution for victim witness here in the county. The primary reason for it is that it separates victims and victims from defendants and their families. So when a victim comes into the courthouse, rather than going up to our office and checking in or going through the courtroom gauntlet that we call, which is not only defendants but defendants' families, they can come right down to the victim witness area here, check in, wait there, and in some cases they don't even have to testify. So it's a perfect solution to keep victims away from defendants and their families. I think that's the primary reason. I don't think it's a solution to... I was here, I think it was 8 years ago, and I see Registered Deeds Walsh is here too. I don't think the solution is to try to take other space away from other people. And I know she's opposed to that, and I'm not in favor of that. I mean, to move it down in there, for example, one of the problems we have then is you have some separation of staff and victims. So one of the issues that we had before was, okay, we put them down there, let's say there are kids down there, we need to have somebody sit down there with them. And that's an issue. But again, I think the Finance Committee is right on point here on this. I'd also, Mr. Strumke is right on point in that with a fourth judge, if you're looking ahead, which I think we should be doing, we have 3 victim witness people right now. We've had 3 for 15 years, and 10 years. With a fourth judge, we're going to need to expand that service somewhere along the line. Now that position is funded primarily through state funds. It's about 60 to 70% state funding. So we're going to try to get approval through the state to get that, so we won't be coming back to the county. But that program will be growing when you get a fourth judge, so we can cover the 4 courtrooms for our victims. And so if you're looking for growth, I think this is a solution. The other thing is if it's not approved and we look at another study and the study comes back, I mean, I can tell you, like I said, I'm not in favor of it. I know Registry Walsh isn't in favor of it, and we come back on this, and again, we have space needs that need to be addressed, and this is a perfect solution for victim witness and for our office, and we sent out a letter. I'm not sure if anybody has questions on the letter, but for my office right now, it's a big deal because again, we're crowded. And having it where it is right now doesn't work. When we have victims in the room within our office area, it's incredibly disruptive. When we had the 2-week homicide trial in October, we had 6 or 7 or 8 people in there for 2 weeks, coming and going, using the bathroom, getting something to eat, and we're literally bumping into them, walking around. It doesn't work the way it is. I don't think it would work with moving back to the Register of Deeds. And again, I think this is the solution.
Would you address why it wouldn't work in the space of the IT on the back of the Planning and Zoning Department? That's the other hallway. The other.
Are you talking about just for the waiting room?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the idea why this is perfect is because it keeps the staff, the victim witness people together. Now, if we put them back in that area, and I haven't been back there, and we put them back there, somebody's got to. I mean, we're going to have to be in touch with them. We can't just bury them back there and say.
I can't forget them, but they come with an adult, don't they?
Well, but again,
and there would be a phone in the office, presumably.
Right, but. The ideal was, I mean, it doesn't address our staffing needs, and I think, or the office space needs, and it's not a good solution. I guess Ann is the one that, we'll have 15 to 20 victims and witnesses that come in a day, and Ann is the one that organizes that, and maybe she wants to answer some of the logistical difficulties of trying to get people out of the catacombs here and to get them up to the second floor.
Now, if this occurs, then you'll have 554 square feet made available in your present office suite. And you have one attorney who's working in the conference room.
Right.
What are your plans for the other 400 feet or whatever?
Well, we'd move one attorney into the conference room. I wanted to have kind of a liaison office for victim witness, and it's for one of the smaller rooms there. So if they do work in our office, one of the staff people could be there. The other room is some storage. We have files that we need to get access to that we've got people stepping over now, and I wanted to use that for a short-term solution for our waiting room. And that would leave one office open for us. So when we get in the summer, we usually get student interns that come in. Having one office open space would be something I think we would use that for. So in other words, I guess the answer to your question is that those offices would be filled, 3 of them would be filled fairly quickly.
One for filing, one for future expansion, and two would be occupied immediately.
Right. Right.
Ms. Pierce.
Right now, if you go into the victim witness with an adolescent, you cannot both sit down in her office. She has a part-time intern, I think, there. This person has to leave. She's sitting sideways to a desk. This person has to leave and just waste time because she can't be in there for that particular reason. If you have two parents with this adolescent, one stands in the doorway and another one stands outside of him. It's very, very cramped. This would be ideal, and the community room downstairs can be divided, so you can have several meetings down there.
The community room, it has a movable divider in it, but the Casey Swetlick's communications department has its eye on an expansion into one of those halves.
I didn't understand it to be the whole area, though.
What did you say, Mr. Mills?
14 feet is the proposal, which would be just a part of the second divider.
Mr. Mills, just for the sake of couldn't hear, just said the expansion that's envisioned is 14 feet, or about half of one of the halves, so roughly a quarter of the community room, I suppose. Mr. Strumke.
I didn't quite follow what situation you were talking about where witnesses for both the plaintiff and the defendant are passing. And let me just make a statement first, and then you can explain where that is. But I think it's pretty clear to most everybody that that's a horrible situation, because who knows what somebody says to the other one. If you testify this way, you won't live until tomorrow. I mean, that could be a very simple little thing. We're not at that level of crime in St. Croix County, thank goodness. But if we're thinking future again, that's got to be remedied.
I think that's the primary reason for this move. Now, if we put the waiting room somewhere else, either back here or in the Register of Deeds, those people would still come up to the second floor, still pass through defendants and their families, and still have to check in. Whereas if it's here, they go directly down to the first floor. They only come up there escorted, in most cases, by victim witness, when necessary. When defendants have cases, I think some of you have come up to the second floor, it's not only defendants, but their families and their girlfriends and whatever, and they're waiting out in the hallway. I mean, most of them don't wait in the courtroom. They wait in the hallway for their cases to be called. And I think it's a volatile situation because not so much our big cases. We have security on that, but a lot of our domestics. We have close to 400, 450 domestics a year. Those are the ones that there's a potential for security issues. And it would be nice to have that. That's what we're looking for, is that separation. So the victim and the defendant, even the temporary restraining orders. I mean, we do a lot of temporary restraining orders. And those people, that's also a volatile situation. You're trying to get a restraining order against somebody that you think is going to do violence against you. And they kind of come up to our office to do the paperwork. It'd be nice just to send them down here, down the hallway, and they could stay and do all that in a separate area.
Well, I would never advocate that we don't fix the current problem, at least to the level that it was when we first occupied this building. Apparently at that time, your staff of victim witness staff found a way to instruct people that when they came to the building, they would go directly to the witness room. If not, then you were always mixing them with the defendants and their families. There's a better way to do that. Go ahead.
When they would come in, they'd check into our office, and then we'd send them down. I mean, we didn't have a mechanism to send them directly down to that waiting room. There's nobody there. It wasn't staffed. It's locked. It was locked 85% of the time.
Ms. Lucky.
Well, I've been here long enough that, I went through the space wars in the old courthouse, and we were remodeling closets and whatnot, and I can even remember the Public Protection Committee meeting in a jail cell in the old jail because there weren't any conference rooms. And we did we did work this with the waiting room for victim witness being on the first floor while the rest were on the second floor. But I see that this is 816 square feet, and their current space is 554. If they did move down there, is there any way to eke out a small remaining conference room that would still be available for other uses, or would they have to take up this whole space? Because this is only going to get worse and worse before we add on to this building at some point in the future. And space to meet is one of the things that disappears. And I see that lots of people are using that room over there to meet at the present time, and you have to wonder, where are they going to go and how is this all going to work out?
Art, did you look at any possibility of salvaging a conference room along with these other changes?
What we were charged with room size.
You'll have to either step up to a mic or one of us will have to repeat what you say. The question that Ms. Lucky asked was, can there be a conference room, or does 554 square feet have to expand to 816 square feet?
The way it's designed right now is there are, again, 4 offices planned, reception and a waiting area. The design, or 1259 in dimension size is 34 feet by 24. The way it works in there for those 4 offices is there wouldn't be any way that we could save any sizable reception or meeting room at that point.
Art, along with the question, you have a real tight survey of the use of that room right now. How about the boardroom here? I know there's some meetings in here, and some of the big ones like Department of Aging and so on. But are there other groups that meet in here? We haven't surveyed it, but can this be an option? It's not an ideal meeting room, but
well, yeah, it's used quite a bit. You have your list of all the. Art had a list of the use of other rooms. Board of Adjustment meets here, of course, for its hearings, but there are other groups that use this room, and the community room is often busy. I happen to have a Riverway group that often can't get into the community room at night, so it comes up here. That poses its special problems if it's got to be an open meeting, with an open door type of issue. Ms. Spear.
As long as the Register of Deeds isn't going to be using that space next to her office, that could be another meeting room.
I see that you've come up with a winning idea there. Sure, it's farther from the DA's office, to come to 1259 and shuttle people back and forth between those two or the courtrooms, but it wouldn't matter to the public, I suppose.
But the important thing is that they can even come in, if they know what time they're coming, they could even come in the back door, go up on the elevator, then they go to the district attorney. They're not getting anywhere near the courtrooms where the possible predator is sitting with family. They can do the same way down. They go down in the elevator, they go through the public area into victim witness. They're right close to the bathrooms. They can get out without going back through the main place. It's just a secure area. That's what's so important about that particular office.
Mr. Cranmer.
I'm very sympathetic to D.A. Johnson's needs, but I also think it's given the use that 1259 currently has had, I would rather have some kind of feedback from the county clerk about the necessity for a conference room of that size.
remembered to turn on my microphone. And Bucks. The county clerk's office schedules the conference rooms. We have a government room scheduling calendar where offices can look at it to see what's available, and then they'll call us and we'll schedule it. Room usage is conference room usage. It's busy. We're constantly scheduling and changing. Community room is obviously very busy. That's the meeting room that can be used at night mostly. This room is not an ideal setup for committee meetings. It hasn't been used for very many committee meetings just because of the setup. And the 1259 room is ideal for training. It's got a lot of open space. It's a multi-use room. Finance department uses it. I think they have a folding machine in there, and the treasurer's office uses it because the machine is so noisy. So it's put away where when they use it, it's not bothering any other offices. The schedule that was sent out gave you usage of that room. I don't know if you have any questions about it, but it's ongoing usage. If I could just bring up one point, and I understand the DA's office situation, but when you talk about security, if you walk in these main halls here, our offices are all open. When you walk upstairs, all of their offices are closed and they have glass. So will this room be secure and the rest of them not be secure on this floor? Just a question.
You're on the security committee, I guess, aren't you? We've had instances of employees' purses being taken and things like that, so it probably would be wise, if this goes through, that your space be somehow separated from the rest of the hallway around the back here. Did you include that, Art?
That
Not yet, but you could.
we could include it. We can move the security
Fire
door down.
or something.
Yes.
And I take it, Mr. Standifer, that the money would come from the contingency fund?
We did not discuss that in length. In general terms, yes, we did not include the funding of it in our motion, but that's the likely source.
In all this discussion, I guess I missed who made that motion and who
Mr.
seconded
Standifer
it.
did on behalf of the Finance Committee.
And who seconded it? Okay.
Wallace Haphager. Yes. John Mortensen.
Yes.
Esther Wentz.
No.
Gene Ritz.
No.
Gordon Awesome.
Yes.
Tom Kaflish. Chuck Strumke.
Yes.
Richard Marsloff.
Yes.
Sharon Norton Bauman.
Yes.
Ron Troyer.
Yes.
Roger Upholtz.
Yes.
Bill Cranmer.
Yes.
Daryl Standifer.
Yes.
John Borup.
Yes.
Don Jordan is gone. I'm sorry, Clarence Malick.
No.
Don Jordan gone. Ron Raymond.
Yes.
Cindy Leonard.
Yes.
Linda Lucky.
No.
Stan Kruger, who's gone. Denise Gunderson. Lois Burry.
No.
Brian Hurchin.
Yes.
Julie Spear.
Yes.
Joel Hurchin. Bill Peavy.
Yes.
Gerald Peterson.
Yes.
Charlie Grant.
Yes.
Tom Dowd.
Yes.
Chuck Mills.
Yes.
That's it.
The motion prevails.
Mr. Chairman? I have a question on the previous action. Listening to the discussion here and going through some of the space wars over the last few years, it would appear we could be running out of space in this building. And we're going to keep running out of space in the building. And at some point in time, should we be looking at some alternates to continuing to compromise and shoehorn? I was listening to Supervisor Lucky, and it sounded like, the old courthouse was meetings in closets and things like that. I'd like to just offer a suggestion that maybe we at some point soon need to take a look at our space needs.
Well, I kind of like the idea of the Public Protection Committee meeting in a jail cell. That seemed like
I was concerned about some other committees.
Ms. Spear.
Just an answer to Supervisor Standiford, we were accused of not having an open meeting in the jail. When they were in the jail, no one would come to visit us.
Mr. Mills.
20 seconds only. But, you know, we talked about this room and forgetting about the security for the night. Some of the day meetings, I mean, we've had problems too finding rooms, but the max usually in a committee is probably 8, 10, 12, something like that. That table was there forever and ever, right? We got the chairs. I mean, this would seem like a possibility right there.
Sure. And, you know, Mr. Timmerman, our 32nd supervisor, suggested that, oh, are you, Mr. Whiting? Okay, 33rd, that we ought to be thinking about a room divider and movable pews so that the back of this room could be used as a meeting room. I'm sure we'll be thinking about every possible alternative before we build another building. Mr. Cafflish.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for the approval of a resolution for alteration of supervisor district boundaries from annexations in the city of Hudson.
That would be number 9, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll second it. Seconded by Mr. Ritz. Now, you all had this in the mail. It's possible that you really don't need to debate it. Now, Ms. Capel is available to discuss it, as well as the one pertaining to New Richmond's city boundaries and wards and so on, which comes up next. But if you don't have questions, we can simply act on the motion. Everybody ready to? Ms. Lucky has a question.
Well, how do we read this map? I mean, what is the hatch mark?
Turn on your mic, please, or maybe it's because
represents what? The new boundaries are the hatched or what?
Which map are you looking at?
Map.
The Hudson map?
We're on the Hudson motion. Do any of these pertain to the boundaries of Supervisor Lucky's district?
No.
Well, she understood that much of it.
Okay, just to clarify, what I sent in the memo was when an annexation occurs and it doesn't cross the county supervisor line or an assembly line or congressional line, then the municipality annexing the territory can add it to an existing ward. If it crosses any of those lines, they need to create a new ward. The exception to that is that the county can move the line. County board can move the line. And in this case, the city of Hudson, this is a different map. It's kind of the same map, but it's maybe a little bit clearer. The areas that we have here, right here, this one sits in County Supervisor District 26, but it's in the middle of District 21, and it's the church that's along Vine Street.
The Presbyterian Church over near high school.
That line wasn't moved, and the city of Hudson didn't create a new ward when they annexed the property. It is now in the city of Hudson, but it still sits in County Supervisor District 26. This is referred to as the Hanson property, which is the Hudson Bagel area. It sits in 26. It's in the city of Hudson, but it's surrounded by District 21. So this resolution corrects all these and moves these lines. So these would be in District 21. Down here we have, they refer to it as a Banterra, and this sits in District 26 also, but it's in the city of Hudson, District 19. None of these have voters in them at this time, so that clears it up. This is Hanley property over there, and that's the same thing. This would be changed to the District 19. And down here, this is the school annexation, which is in the city and currently is in District 18.
All right, are you ready to vote? All in favor should now vote aye. Aye. And opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Mr. Kaplan.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the approval of the alteration of supervisory district boundaries from annexations in the city of New Richmond, item number 10.
Aye. Second by Mr. Strumke. Are you ready to vote? All in favor should now vote aye. Aye. And opposed, nay. And it passes unanimously. Okay, I think that's it for today's business.
No, we have item number 11.
Oh, I still one too many. Okay, Mr. Strumke requests to look at prioritizing the unfunded categorizing county programs. This came to the administration committee by referral. Captain?
Mr. Chairman, we took this item up with the administration committee last week, and we looked at the way that St. Croix County is structured, and we're structured with an administrative coordinator type form of organization. In order to be able to put specific specifications and priorities on projects and departments and so forth, we would probably have to change our structure to a county administrator type form of government, which would take it out of the basic committee structure. Consequently, we came to the conclusion that because we have changed the way that we are going to present the budget for the coming year, that we are going to do that the first week of September as opposed to the end of September. There will be 2 months with which to be able to discuss that through committees and so forth, that time can be used along with the meeting on the 21st of April to be able to set priorities within which are the important functions and so forth within the county business. Huh?
Well, I have appreciation for that. I believe it is in the authority of the county board, and the chair in specifics, to appoint an ad hoc committee to look at this. But be that as it is, one of the issues I was looking forward, not with this, was to get the budget presented at an earlier time for the county board supervisors to review and determine where to cut issues, which is what this whole idea was about. I guess I don't have a lot of exception as long as when the budget committee is presented, it presents the budget, or the finance committee presents the budget in September. It also presents a full and complete list of all the items that are on the budget that are being funded by the county, so that when we discuss if we have to cut, which we probably will, where we're going to do it. Now, in the past, that's been left up to the finance committee, with the county supervisors, the entirety of the board, not having input. Well, I mean, they can, but not having all the information and deferring to the information that comes out of the finance committee after meeting with the other departments. You know, that's a lot of work, and I can appreciate it. Simplistic would be to give a list to the supervisors of all the programs that we're funding here. Otherwise, we have no way of knowing if we have to cut, or what's been cut, what was really good for the county. And that is the county's issue, not just the finance committee.
Jennifer?
Obviously, after the April election, we'll reorganize and we'll have new committees. And at this point, I have no idea whether or not, in the wisdom of this board, you'll return me to finance. But believe me, if you do, it is the intention, at least of this person, to share the pain next time around. So there's going to be a lot more opportunity to look at these items.
The question you ask often can be phrased in terms of what are the non-mandated services. And that is an enormously complex question in many cases. For example, we know that the sheriff is a constitutional office. That implies that there will be a jail. should that jail have 1 cell or 2,000? Somewhere in between, it passes from being a mandated to a non-mandated number. And so the staff assigned to the jail, somewhere in that continuum, also pass over from being mandated to non-mandated. So there is no completely rational way to present such a list, I would submit. And I've been on finance now for 3 terms, I guess. People have been there longer than I. Couldn't do it either. But believe me, every dollar that is spent is accounted for in the budget. There's no doubt of that. You can find the line item where it is, even though it's not in the monthly reports, as Mr. Marzoff noted earlier, of the general fund. Ms. Norton-Baumann.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. At each of your desks today, you'll find an article I placed that I reprinted out of the Monroe Evening Times. It was an article about why we need to keep county boards at 31 members. I'm not espousing that. I'm presenting it to you as a point of view. Also, in each of your mailboxes in the clerk's office, there is a lovely calendar presented to you from the extension people.
I have a request. If we passed to the end of the Supervisor Strumke's request, or do we want to work on it some more? I have a request, however, along the same line.
I don't think he was done. I didn't realize that wasn't planning to address that. So, Mr. Cranmer. Yes, you may.
Thank you. I have 2 requests, they're both financial. I wonder if we could have a summary of the final amended 2008 budget after the positions were removed and reinstated, and especially in light of our actions today in regard to the 4th judge, with both the new anticipated revenues and expenses, and along with a comparison of 2006 and estimated for 2007. And number 2, I was also would like to have the amount in the 2008 budget that represents capital spending, also compared to 2006 and 2007. I was wondering, in particular, along the line of capital spending, how much more this time we have capital spending than we ordinarily do.
Chair will refer both of your questions to the Finance Committee. The first is understood to be a request for an updated budget through today's action, and the second is the 2008 capital outlay plan compared to 2007 and 2006.
And how much is included in the current budget as opposed to capital budget?
How much of what?
How much of the capital spending that is planned will be included in the current budget rather than just the capital budget?
Okay. For want of a better term, we'll call it the revenue source, whether it's borrowing or general fund. You don't know either. We'll see if the Finance Committee can make sense of the question and come up with a good answer. If not, you'll get a chance to rebut it. Anything else? Oh, you're not finished.
I was thinking particularly of the general fund, but I can't recall whether the general fund includes the transportation and the health and human services.
Only to the extent that money is being transferred from the general fund to those funds. Each is an independent fund. The highway fund group is a separate group. So the only transfer is levy money going to support the highway function.
Yeah, I was looking for a summary, but a synoptic summary that would include those departments.
Again, the Finance Committee can, and feel free to come to the Finance Committee meeting or to give them a handwritten note or anything that suits you as to what the specifics are. When you say summary, that implies levels of detail. As we've learned to talk about the nursing home, we have the 30,000 level, where we're looking from 6 miles up, and we have the 5,000. So summaries, I know you don't mean a 2-line summary, but just how detailed is it?
Well, what I had in mind was something that was a little bit better than the 4-page summary that we get that does not include the Health and Human Services budget and does not include the transportation budget.
Mr. Strumke.
Just real quick on the mandated, as you referenced, mandated budget items. Sheriff's Department would be in the category of partial mandate, and that was, just to refamiliarize that, it's fully mandated, partially mandated, not mandated at all. So that could still be covered. I would like the chair, under his discretion, to refer this next issue to me. With what we've heard today and in the past as far as seniors in the county growing, and the state and federal's efforts to keep people in their homes, I would like to, and I will draft, if the appropriate committee would like, a resolution to send to the Wisconsin Counties Association and to the state legislature a recommendation to enact legislation that freezes seniors' real estate taxes when they reach the age of 65 and continue to reside in their homes. As we know, as seniors get older, their income becomes fixed while their taxes continue to climb, especially in counties that borrow a lot. And so I'd just like to see if we can draft that up and send it forward.
That appears it could go to either the Finance or the Health and Human Services Board. Either one want to volunteer?
Mr. Chairman, in regards to Mr. Strumke's request, it's illegal. We have a equalized taxation law in the state of Wisconsin, and I tried to do that exact same thing in the city of River Falls, and it's illegal to do it. You cannot freeze property taxes on one form of population.
Mr. Strumke.
And I appreciate that as a statute, but our state legislature writes the statutes, and the resolution would be asking for them to amend the statutes to allow this to be done.
I think he meant Constitution. It's a constitutional provision. Well, round and round we go. Are you going to ask for adjournment, Mr. Peterson?
How did you read my mind? I was going to move that we adjourn in light of the hour.
That's right.
Thank you for reading my mind.
If that would be seconded, it's non-debatable. And only a majority is required. Seconded by Mr. Habeger. All in favor of adjournment should now vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. It's actually unanimous. And Mr. Mells, you and I have a meeting at 2, don't we?